Everybody, it's King here. This is going to be one of the most longest videos I have pumped out. A man's been on the grind. As you see by the title and on the screen, this is going to be me ranking every superhero movie and TV show, animated or live action, from worst to best in a very interesting way. As you see on the screen, there is no, technical tier system laid out. It's just multiple case of movies that are a part of the tier system, right? But this tier system is not going to be, a set and done thing, right? Technically. I'm going to explain in deeper form, and I'm going to go ahead and set the record straight for a lot of things. But it's a very big tier list. So it's going to be very long. So get your snacks, do whatever you got to do. And this is going to take a lot of, willpower. And, it took a lot of different analyzation, rerun of, knowledge and great proficient, I guess you could say, you know, run around of putting this tier list together with, the fact that one, this tier list wasn't in full made by me. I've added a few different unique case things in it, but in truth, I could not add as much as I wanted because this tier list is big as fuck. This recording space is big as fuck, and it was all going to be too jumbled and bulked. Like, this shit is fuller than a motherfucker, bro. So I could not go ahead and do everything I wanted to. So again, this tier system here is just supposed to represent the type of standing that I'm having, right? But how I'm going to do this when it comes down to TV shows is I'm going to be putting them in the same tier as movies, but this is going to be TV shows that are better than other TV shows. And unless you're a TV show that I think is over every aspect of, movies at a lower tier or dogger, you know what I'm saying, on some aspects of this and this, or, have great essence of what I would, place to something else is obviously my opinion, but obviously I put a lot of objective thought into it. So, agree to disagree with me if you want. I like to say try to be respectful about it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Time to go ahead and explain it, especially on like the tiering system between movies and TV shows, regardless of being animated or live action, you know what I'm saying? That goes with movies, right? But this tier is really the question mark slash I don't care for tier, which pretty much means movies I've never seen, I didn't know existed, movies that I don't think are going to be my thing, but maybe I could watch, movies that I heard are bad, not going to be my thing, all sorts. So you could just look at this and see my example, and the more and more we go on within the screen, you'll see more examples of what I mean. This tier, again, is the question mark slash I don't care tier, pretty much. But as well, some of these movies like Craven the Hunter, I heard is booty cheeks, and in comparison with, different TV shows and shit, if you have more bussin' display of something, or you are dog doodle, or you're more dogging on, bussin' shit, right? That might put you more up. But as you see with this example, question marks is I don't care for. A bunch of movies that I could possibly like, or TV shows that I've never seen, didn't know existed, or I just don't have any care to, bigger care for all as a whole. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, pretty much it. There's also like some of these I haven't seen in a minute, or, something that, is lost from my memory, or I didn't even know you considered a superhero movie, right? And I might link the person that, originally created this, a Twitter user, in the description. But, yeah. Going onwards, though, you see great examples of that. Then we have Nasty. Now, I'm not going to go over this entire thing. Nasty as a tier. And this will be the case for some other, movies or things like that, with that being said. Where I don't care what you would say about these movies, right? I don't care what you would say about, what they are in comparison to another. Would I put them where they are? In Nasty, aka the F tier. Bottom of the low. Just bad is being shows that should not exist, are terrible adaptations, are a downgrade to everything they are, and just are nothing of remotely good. I can never see any likeness with them in full truth. This is because of the fact that, again, they are the peakest levels of shit for superhero media to me, right? And I'll explain that in a bigger form, but again, like I said, to rescind my statement in full, is that I don't care what you would put them in comparison to. So a TV show could be better than this, a movie could be better than this. It doesn't fucking matter. They're all bad, right? Like you have Thor: Love and Thunder, terrible movie. I'm not like bad to the point where there isn't good to possibly be had, and I don't know, watching some shit. But at the same time, I'm not gonna contradict what I said. These movies have so much more bad than good that I can never see likeness to them. And they're not like a mid movie or in a middle or waste potential movie that I'll talk about where you can see different possibilities. It's not that funny, and like I just said, it's not big bad or doesn't have any grace of doing something more. It's just dog doodle. They severely, horrendously underutilized gore, and they kind of big character assassinate and destroy a lot of elements of the mythologies, folklore, legends, or whatever they could take from. I think Thor is so redundant with this character mindset, and I don't like Thor being this type of goofball that falls on his penis back to back. I don't like it. Teen Titans Go. I just don't like it. It shouldn't even exist. I understand it's not for the OGs that originally loved the show, but it's doodle buns. I hate Justice League. It shouldn't exist. Far From Home is a D grade to everything Spider-Man. Is dang near next to Amazing Spider-Man 2. To me, worst Spider-Man film. Right? You have Dragon Ball Evolution, which is a terrible adaptation of Dragon Ball. Teenage Mutant Turtles, Out of the Shadows, aka Michael Bay's TMT. On that part, shit. Ant-Man the Wasp, Ant-Man 2, shit. Amazing Spider-Man 2, absolutely fucking nasty. You have, X-Men Phoenix, shit. Batman movie with Harley Quinn, shit. The Killing Joke as a comic and even as a movie, half credit of being the most avalanche run of shit. Thor Dark World, uninteresting, boring, waste of Malekith. Ultimate Spider-Man, I hate it. I hate it in so many ways, and it has fueled a lot of my hatred for different, adaptations or takes involving Spider-Man. DC Legends of Tomorrow was entirely unsensibly, wasted potential and just downright booty cheeks. Like, it is cream to the crop of how not to write a show. Supergirl just shouldn't exist. It's just a paste of bullshit. Secret Invasion, this disappointing. Batwoman, fucking bull to the greatest deal shit, right? I don't have any care for it. First of all, it's a degrade to the mythos of Batwoman if there could be any greater interest and intrigue in her character. They don't give a fuck about Batwoman as a character. I swear the only reason why they even made this show was because Batwoman is a lesbian. They dispersed all case of goodness as a possible mythos to be used for Batman. They deprived Batwoman of all interesting stellar credit and shit. And at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck about nothing involving Batwoman. Batwoman as a fucking show is just ass, bro. Full-fledged fucking cheeks. And nobody has any positive reception about this shit. And it's a bogus creation. It's not good. It will never be good. Fuck out of here, bro. And then you got Gotham, which is pretty much just trying to be a Batman show, but can't afford Batman and just doesn't need to exist. It's like a degrade of a lot of possible capabilities to be had with a show. And it's just bogus as a creation. And like Batwoman, but not on the same layer of like hardcore shit. Just is the biggest load of bull fucking shit to even exist and be crammed this fucking hard into people's faces, acting like it's gonna make any difference, acting like you're gonna add any bigger substance matter to a verse of characters that already have so much substance better made. You could have actually took Batman and rowed a great, boat, but you crashed it in the end. And this show is just full-fledged, flawlessly shit, and it's not good. What if? Stupid idea with no great taste, dumb what ifs that have really nothing to go more with. They keep adding random elements of possible uniqueness, but fail in execution. Shit. Then Let There Be Carnage, just booty. It's just garbage, and the only good sake in it is that, I don't know, action and carnage, I guess. Titans, a terrible adaptation. Last Stand, same shit with Phoenix. Bad, but not as bad, I guess, with structure. X-Men Apocalypse, this makes me want to rip a motherfucker jaw off. I'm talking, this shit makes me want to go spastic, locust. I'm talking Ouzo Rama, nigga. It has ruined a lot of people's perception of Apocalypse, and I'm so fucking pissed from that. Terrible. The MCU, if you ever try adapting Apocalypse, give my nigga some good fortune. Shit. Only thing good in that, Quicksilver, bro. But yeah, Then we got Nah Fam. Nah Fam is pretty much just movies that I do think are bad, but they're not so much wholeheartedly ass that I don't necessarily see someone not being able to watch them. Like, I could see why you would watch them even if they're bad. I can see, some quality. I can understand the likeness. Nasty, like, I would always rank those movies as like zeros. They wouldn't even push a 5. Some of these movies, I can maybe see how someone could do that. Now, I don't think they're mid as this next tier, if it's an obvious, is going to show. But I think that these, movies in Nah Fam are just nothing of good equivalence, bro. Like, Sky High is not my thing. I know it's not supposed to be the general likable superhero movie, you know what I'm saying, on a general record, but I don't think it's that funny, and the concept I feel like is wasted. Kick Ass, right? It's just not my thing. I'm not a big fan of Kick Ass in the comics or anything. I think it's like whole concept is very whatever. It's average. I'm not a big fan of the mythos or the case of the character. Batman and Robin, I don't care for, especially Damian. Mary Sue. Marvel's Avengers Assemble, I don't care for. It will never top Marvel's Avengers Earth Mightiest Heroes. That was true peak Marvel right there, right? You have WandaVision, which I think is an interesting concept, but is downfall by the fact that Wanda's whole arc is very stupid and blatantly, retarded in the grand scope, especially because Shawty is doing hyperbolic, mental gymnastics left and right. Shawty is hydraulically gaslighting Vision, destroying every essence of possible likability to her, and it's a very flimsy, whatever fucking concept. Like, don't get me wrong, it's an interesting thing as a superhero, soap opera case of like drama sitcom, but it's downformed to just being nothing of real essence or substance matter of care, because it just really doesn't need to exist. It doesn't really give real excuse, and it doesn't really pull anything of a greater interesting bubble. And if anything, it just kind of rottens Wanda's character to very flat essence. And I feel like they have done a terrible job in adapting Scarlet Witch becoming a villain or anti-villain, especially in Multiverse of Madness, which, is obviously here, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute, but still, Batman Hush, terrible adaptation, but, it's not entirely unwatchable. Venom 1, not a fan of it. It doesn't really need to exist. I don't see really the likeness for it, but, like it if you want. The Fantastic Four, Silver Surfer, has some cool bits. I like Silver Surfer, and obviously the Fantastic Four is obviously dope, but Galactus, pacing, structure, plot line is just not very good. Black Panther 1, I love T'Challa, R.I.P. to Chadwick Boseman, but, I've already gotten, verbally jumped. I've already had a mental crisis having to say the things that I say about this, movie. But I've said it before, and I'll say it again, even if I will get jumped again at the cookout for saying it. Black Panther, I think, is a terrible, full-fledged, waste potential dog shit movie. I'm not going to lie. Like, not dog shit to nasty, but I think it does degrade a lot of its potential. I don't think it's the best well written. I think it has a lot of flimsy, dumb case manner of concepts. I feel like the movie is just very whatever whirlwind of shit that has no real taste or substance stand to it beyond just trying to, fuel the masses, hype of getting the first big poppin' different black superhero movie. And I am very happy that T'Challa, aka the Black Panther, the goddamn GOAT of black superheroes, and one of the greatest tacticians, fighters, and minds of the MCU, right, in truth, and even in comparison to the comics, where he's the same thing, even to a greater degree. Because T'Challa, big brain as fuck, getting a movie. You got people coming to this movie in droves, like tribal, hype and proudness. The motherfucker's whole heart is bleeding through this movie. It is always, regardless of what you think, going to be an honor and going to be a great acclaim to be able to have this movie. You know what I'm saying? And it's the only black superhero movie, from what I know, to actually peak a bill, bro. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I'm never going to deny that. And I love Chadwick Boseman. And Killmonger, even though I feel like he has been, overplayed, overhyped, I think he is all around fundamentally a very contradicted, dissolved of a lot of his key intrigue and unique substance and even greater grand charisma that he has in the comics. I think he's a terrible adaptation of him in the comics, right, in comparison. I do like Michael B. Jordan's performance. I think the acting is stellar. I think it is beautiful. I love M'Baku, for instance. I love a lot of different ties with, characters, interactions and mixed, dilemmas. And, again, even though I feel like Chadwick was not given the best material and T'Challa is kind of going about whatever in this film, I do like the fact that at the end of the day, it is a very much beloved and busted movie in all its credit. But it has been talked to death how this movie contradicts not just other stuff in the MCU, but destroys a lot of the essence of, flair and spice and character and uniqueness. I feel like they downformed T'Challa, as T'Challa to me was one of the most interesting to arguably the greatest character to me in Civil War. And this movie, right, has this downfall that was not good, that was shit, that was booty, nothing of good substance at all. Then you got Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness, and there's some interest in it, but the fact of it bringing a lot of interesting case of not just comic book adaptation, but in the case of, I don't know, maybe a fight scene this, or, cinematography and soundtrack and acting is pretty top notch. But Scarlet Witch's reason to become evil is flimsy, foolish, deliberately depraved for no concrete reason. I think Doctor Strange, as I said it before, even though Doctor Strange 1 has better perks, is not the best case of character to make a movie off of. I feel like the TV shows will be better suiting for him. I think there's also still to the fact that, simply put, this man Doctor Strange has had the most weirdest portfolio run of, being a very flimsy, stupid character. When he's a sorcerer supreme, he's a part of the Illuminati for a reason and is a great, brilliant mind. This motherfucker literally is devoid of any of those consistencies. I feel like his supporting role as a person is better suited. I feel like his best showcasings of this is shown in Avengers movies, Thor Ragnarok, and any other record of his character's existence. This movie destroys that, devalues that in every sense of the way. I do not like it at all. I think it's shit as a whole. Reed Richards is shit. The Black Bolt actor, I like him, but they obviously, fucked him over. They blackballed this man from having any greater gourmet substance, and it's just not a good movie. Iron Fist is not a good adaptation of Iron Fist. It's a terrible adaptation. It's a terrible look. I think the actor could maybe have some potential, but either material or his want to do it is not good. He reminds me of AJ, of being just very flat and plain. I think the choreography can be kind of nice, but it's very, lackluster, and it's Iron Fist. Shang-Chi doing better in choreography and action than Iron Fist is ridiculous to me. And I'm not even saying Shang-Chi don't deserve to do that. Shang-Chi is the master of martial arts. But this is Iron Fist, champion of Kunlun, champion of Shaolin, the undying Iron Fist, a weapon of all type of hands. And it's mid as shit when it comes down to choreography. It's facts. It's not good. I hate a lot of adaptations. I don't like a lot of how it's done. It's just boring. It's uninteresting. It doesn't need to exist. It's full-fledged shit. It's that simple. BVS has dumb plot lines, dumb means, bad adaptation, terrible versions of characters. I hate that version of Lex Luthor. It's shit. It's booty. Absolute flames of dog shit. And Batman is character assassinated fundamentally. He's killing people with guns. The reason to do what he does has some half-stitch of understandable, but how he goes about it is entirely insane. It's crash out activity for unreasonable reasons, and there's no reason in comparison to the comics where Batman would course down these lanes of dubious, delirious, insane, methodical fuck nigga to these extents. Zack Snyder's, to me, purpose, right, was not off of actually the comic days inspiration. You know what I'm saying? He did not actually take true inspiration from The Dark Knight Returns. I do not think he actually understands The Dark Knight Returns are fundamentally Superman. He's killing people. He does not have any strong case of the progression or character. And I know it's a young Superman, not the same experience, but it is a full-fledged degrade and deprive of the actual Superman that we should know. Superman having to grow into being Superman is fine, but acting in this way on some Homelander keen activity is terrible. Alright? I hate this version of Doomsday. He's shit. Wonder Woman popped into this shit on random whim. I hate a lot of aspects of it. It's shit. I don't like it. Only good shit is fight scenes, the warehouse fight. You got, the fight with, Superman and some other partial shit. The Marta bullshit don't make no fucking sense. I don't give a fuck if that's the name of, Bruce's mom, and trying to make it clear, trying to make some lines that, he's human just like him. It should not take the world's greatest detective that fucking long to figure that shit out. This movie is shit. Absolutely. The only likeness is on those little fickle areas. Right? Zack Snyder's, whole purpose was not the inspiration at hand. It was to do some shit that was not the actual characters. It's not adapting what makes the characters who they are. You're doing your own thing with these characters. And that's fine if you do it right, but it's still a degrade, a demoralization of what makes these characters as they are. Now, Loki, I only saw a little bit of season 1, but it didn't really seem like my thing. I heard from some people that shit. I've heard some reviews. I've seen some reviews, and it does not seem like my thing, so I don't really have much to say about it, but I'm not really interested about seeing another version of Loki do what he do. For what I know, though, there's some interesting character shit, but it's also like some aspects and some ideas, not really looking at it. It wasn't really my thing. She-Hulk is a D-grade. She-Hulk as a character to be seen. I feel like they did not adapt the good qualities of her comic shit. They did not execute it. And to me, it's not truly comic book accurate. It's flimsy. It's full-fledged, audaciously ass. It's a degrade to not just She-Hulk, but the Hulk mythos. It disrespects Hulk. It disrespects Scar. And it's just full-fledged booty shit. Nothing of flavor. It's absolute ass. And I hate every aspect of the relationship that they adapted involving the case of, Jennifer's and same time Bruce's relationship, because they have a better relationship than what's shown, right? They are actually locked the fuck in. They like twin for real. So doing that distastefully downforms and degrades every essence of possible good flavor of connection or unique writing. It's fundamentally trash, and I hate it. All right, Spider-Man: Homecoming, right, is an interesting case Spider-Man movie in some aspects, but a lot of the plot does not come together realistically. There's character assassination. I feel like this man, Peter, has lost a lot of brain cells since Civil War. He had to get CTE for a lot of the means for why he's doing what he's doing. I don't hate the version of this Vulture, but I prefer the comic version a little bit more. I think a lot of how things can be done don't make sense. It's not very good. And I don't like a lot of aspects of what makes the movie what it is. And to me, I think it's rated to over-liked as a Spider-Man movie. It's not, terrible. That's why it's a non-fam. But it's definitely not as good. It's that simple to me. It's just not. Then X-Men Origins Wolverine. This has this nigga Logan, having weird adaptation-ness. I don't like a lot of versions of characters. I don't like Will.i.am in this movie. I don't like Gambit. The Blob is kind of funny. I don't like this version of Sabretooth for a lot of reasons, but it's mainly because I don't like Sabretooth and Wolverine being brothers. I think what they're trying to do symbolically has some presence of intrigue and coolness, but doesn't really play to the fullest means of interest and really pull some greater accurate, rivalry to them. It's kind of whatever flimsy, full-fledged, deranged killer family member coming back from your past out of random credit of reasons, right? That are all tied to trying to sow the seeds of a greater purpose and path for, I don't know if I can know, mutants and the plan of a disgustingly horrid human being that this man showed no true likeness to beforehand. So everything that makes Sabretooth does what he does is random acts of crash out. And don't get me wrong, he is a demon. He is a plain, full-fledged Black Air Force energy chihuahua in the comics. That man lives for the digression, the devastation of Wolverine's peace. But it's off the back that they have been rivals from different paths and tides, and the fact that Sabretooth is an insane individual. He is deliberately crazy, and he is methodically a devious son of a bitch. But that's because he was already set like that. He's evil, arguably, to be evil, but that was a set thing. He showcased things that would not just give us reasonable reason to feel necessarily understandable or afraid of him off the back that he is now doing these disgusting things. You get afraid of him because of how much of an unorthodox goblin of a human being he can be, right? And then Deadpool shit, you'll never be able to fucking defend that reason. It's just a deport of all goodness that makes, Deadpool what he is. I think a lot of action is very goofy and uninteresting and uncreative, you know what I'm saying? Even though I think Hugh Jackman will always carry this movie. I don't like a lot of adaptations of different things, and I think it's very shit. I don't like it. I don't like a lot of aspects of it, and it will never be good to me. And yeah, it's that simple. Then you have Wonder Woman 84. This is a very terrible and unneeded, I feel like, sequel, right? I mean, I don't like the wish aspects of it. I don't like Cheetah. Wonder Woman arguably raping a man. I do not like that. I think it's a degrade of everything that makes Wonder Woman what she is. I think it's a disgraceful movie, and I think it's a very poorly done trying to showcase a different time period of Wonder Woman doing shit. It also kind of contradicts a lot of shit, which just proves DCU's connectivity is shit. Spider-Man No Way Home, I think, is a very overrated, movie. I think a lot of the plot could be dumbed down to just idiocracy from this motherfucker Peter. A lot of things in the movie does not need to happen. It's very stupid. I think there's a lot of character assassinations and downform of a lot of people's, being in character. I think it's a bogus idea with how it's been concluded and done to basically soft reboot Spider-Man because you never did it in a very strong sense way. I feel like they terribly adapted the idea of Spider-Man's identity getting put out there. And I don't think a lot of things in there is done good. I don't like, Zendaya's version of Mary Jane, even though I fuck with Zendaya, musician-wise, her personality, and her and Tom, getting married or are married, you know what I'm saying? And that's beautiful, you know what I'm saying? Big up them, you know what I'm saying? Real shit. But I don't like her as Mary Jane. She's not Mary Jane. It's simple. And Michelle Jones, from what I know, is not a comic book character. That's just a different name. And, she's trying to be MJ in a way. So the fact that, obviously, again, like, she is not that, that's my problem. I don't like Ned. I've always said it on record. I don't like Ned. I don't like this discount ganky ass nigga. I don't like him. I think Ned is obnoxious. He's not very funny. His role could be replaced by anyone who's actually a friend of Peter. And I just don't like him. I don't think he serves any purpose, and I don't remember anything good from him from these films. I also don't like the fact that, Uncle Ben doesn't exist in the MCU. And, some people could argue, oh, that doesn't really matter, it's not important. But no, it is important. To the core values of Spider-Man, Uncle Ben or an Uncle Ben-like moment has to exist. And this Uncle Ben moment coming from Aunt May, who I think this is a terrible adaptation of Aunt May, it's just not good to me. I also just feel like, that Uncle Ben is one of, if not the most important character to Peter, because, one, he set the groundwork, the standards, the integrity push for Peter. Because the thing about Peter Parker, aka Spider-Man mainline, he lost Uncle Ben because he was, selfless, right? Aunt May in comparison, right? But he was selfish with him. And it's not all cracking at the fact of, him as a person inherently. It's the fact that, depending on the, version of how he lost Uncle Ben, but at core to the comics, he didn't get what he wanted with using his powers. And so he let somebody do something bastardly, aka do something, scumbag-wise, and let that, run its course. And only when it affected him did he have the goal to switch up and do something different. He was a hypocrite. He didn't take no responsibility until after the fact that it happened. He did not concern himself with the lives of others that he could threaten or the case of the way of doing things for someone else. So again, when I say that, He lost Uncle Ben, who gains the most important character to Spider-Man mythos. He lost Uncle Ben because he was selfish. He lost Uncle Ben because he was selfish, again, with that moment, but he was selfless with Aunt May when he lost her across different adaptations. So when he does everything he does, it's never to do something selfish like that again. To take his responsibility and his power and use it for good. Spider-Man's story is about a man being a man, not because he needs to be a man, not a superhero being a man. It's a boy being a man because he's a superhero, because he needs to learn from his mistakes, to mold himself to be a better person, to do better things for people around him who don't have it, to make a better means for himself and be something higher than himself. With great power comes great responsibility. And Uncle Ben didn't even fucking say that shit to him in the comics. He took that from just his passing and kindled a, mindset for him to go to the sky in peakness. And in Civil War, it seemed like he's referencing Uncle Ben, talking about Aunt May has already lost a lot. It's already been, defined by, a lot of, unfortunate tragedy or a mixed stitch of being, down on her luck because of the unfortunate case of, bad times and whatever turn of events that has happened. The fact that New York has went through shit, the death of Uncle Ben, and the fact that, Peter's parents, like in the comics, are dead. Peter don't have a lot. Uncle Ben, was his father figure and he lost that. And Aunt May is his mother figure. And she's all he has, right? And he's all she has. So don't get me wrong. Losing her, I do kind of feel some emotion in, you know what I'm saying? The actual purpose and or values of it. And I do like seeing Toby. I love seeing Andrew. And I love the fight scenes. I love the power scaling considerably. And I do like a lot of case of things coming together. But the fact that that's deprived from it, the fact that it derives off the back of nostalgia really hitting home, and it does not work fundamentally as a thing to be watched normally, it kind of downcasts, a lot of my faith and care for anything. I don't really care for the movie. I don't think it really deserves a lot of its likeness. And yeah, man, I'm going to be honest. I don't think it's a good movie. I'm not going to lie. Like, I can only watch it for nostalgia. You got to turn your brain off to enjoy it, to be honest. Suicide Squad 2016 is the same thing. I like some good stuff about it. I don't like how it's adapted. I think it takes too long in the intro. I think there's some dope acting. And, Deadshot in this movie, aka Will Smith's Deadshot, even though not being a good Deadshot, I do think has surprising good shit. But he does not deliver the same essence of things that I like. I think El Diablo is the best character. I think that Enchantress has potential to be a good villain, but a lot of what she does could not be possible if heroes actually fucking existed in this world, right? And obviously, by this time, Superman was dead and all this other shit happened, but I don't like how it comes together. I think this Suicide Squad is pretty, generic, but, has some interest. I think it's some material, but I think Rick Flag is a little bit too obnoxious. I don't think it's very funny for a lot of people, and I think the only way you can enjoy it is you turn your fucking brain off. And don't get me wrong, there's a version of this Suicide Squad that could possibly exist by the fucking whatever the original director and producer's cut is that can actually be slapped. So if that ever comes out, we'll see. But yeah, nah, it's not good. Man of Steel, right? I thought a long time ago was good, but after reanalyzing what the movie is, listen to some reviews, and just really tingling the greatest ounce of reconfiguration of my knowledge for Superman and full character, and trying to same time compare, solidly adapt the fact that a lot of things in this movie can be stopped if people use their brains, and the fact that Superman is character assassinated and downformed in a lot of ways. Zod, even though I love the actor and I love what it is, doesn't make sense. I think, the start involving Krypton, is cool, but it's not the best done, and foreshowing of, actual life, character, and depthness, and if anything, is just some kind of wild, bizarre feeling of like, okay, it's cool shit, but it don't really have any true essence of really purpose standing in it. There's also accounted for the fact that, simply put, the fact that it's not, when Krypton is blowing up, kind of defeats the real purpose of even having any substance with it. I also think like its build up for like Zod and doing what he does doesn't really work because, simply put, Zod could have got out of Dodge with all that shit beforehand, right? Like he does in the comics, and have reasonable reason after hearing about his, planet's demise, trying to do what they have showed in the case of the movie with, going to different outposts and seeing what they can learn and gain and all that stuff. And for what is shown and what is said, he didn't do that to the extent that you would expect to really give clarity to that. And to me, it's just a dumb idea to want to go ahead and eviscerate another planet to remodel it in Krypton, where you can do what Kal-El has done, which is live with humans and make different means. You know what I'm saying? And, obviously there's an argument that if you want to pull a Viltrumite or Saiyan activity where, it's the survival of our race and the survival of the fittest that matters, nothing else. To me, that is still stupid. A lot of the destruction and fight scenes do not make sense. It does not need to happen. It's very fucking irrational, and I will never understand why Zack Snyder adapted like that again. He does not understand Superman. I think he did a terrible adaptation of him. I think it is fucking shit. The only good shit is the fight scenes, some acting, some character moments, other shit and all that. I think Superman and Lois's, chemistry is as fucking unnecessarily dirty mixture of shit, because on one hand, I can see how they could find feelings for each other, but I don't really believe that it would go to the extent that they do. I think it's as plain as a fucking rice bowl with no ingredients put into it. There's literally nothing to it. And I just don't like how it's done, especially how it's coming together. A lot of inconsistencies, a lot of shit don't make sense if you really think about it. Like, it breaks physics in a lot of it. I know it's a superhero movie, I know it's Superman, but the way they try to explain shit don't make sense. They talk about, a human pathogen being, brought about with Superman, but you allow Lois Lane to be close to him. I mean, y'all, this sound retarded. Like, a lot of things don't fucking make sense. It's stupid. And I even think, like, their hatred against Superman or, like, any caution against him is not entirely unrationable, but it's not actually executed in a contingentified setting. It's very dubious. It's inconsistent. It's inconsistent in the whole mile, bro. So, yeah, that's just me. Now we got TMT of, Michael Bay. Simply put, I hate the Turtles' designs. Shredder looks like a Transformer, but surprisingly, it's still, intimidating, has cool acting, and is interesting, but it's not very good. I don't like the origin for the TMT. I don't like a lot of their personalities. I hate April O'Neil. Megan Fox, I don't think is a good actress. I'm not going to lie. I had a lot of adaptations of it. I think it's shit fundamentally, but, the fight scenes, some display of this, the voice acting, I think is kind of cool, but, with some of the TMT, I don't like how it's done. And I think a lot of shit in it is very booming, weird, and wild. The soundtrack go hard, though, a little bit. I'll give it that, but that's really it. I don't like it. But this next tier, which is possibly going to be shown good here, I don't know if it will. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, mid/wasted potential is in the name. Movies that I think are mediocre, in the middle, has a good deal of pros, a good deal of cons. It's not too good, it's not too bad. Or, simply shit that could have been good or had good, but then dropped the ball. So, I'll explain it in detail, but starting from the bottom, you know what I'm saying? We got Cloak and Dagger. Cloak and Dagger, I've only watched season 1 of it, right? I haven't full finished it, so this might change. But to me, the show is just needing to exist. It has no true creative, like, actual super uniqueness. Besides, I don't know if you're big into, like, drama mystery thrillers. But to me, I'm really not. I think Cloak and Dagger are not that interesting ever from all of the mythos that I've consumed of them, comics that I've peeked, to actually be really needed to be shown in a TV show. I think if they were shown this movie or in a TV show with a more interesting character, they could be good. They don't really deserve a TV show. I don't think they need one. I think a lot of the writing for this show is very, confusing and weird to think about, but I can kind of get behind. It's only an effect of how it comes together. I do like Baron Samedi and showing, voodoo, mythology, Haitian beliefs, and, I think Cloak and Dagger's chemistry and their existence is cool to an extent, even though their age being a little bit too accurate is actually kind of seem like a problem. Like, I don't think the acting is terrible, but the acting is not that good as well. I think, like, the music is fine. I don't really think it needs to exist. Season 2, I'm not really in the biggest hype to peak, but I heard from some people it might be better, but I'm like the only person probably who has actually watched this shit, to be honest. And, I would like that Cloak and Dagger have gotten, fame again. I think they're one of Marvel's underappreciated people. They're underrated characters. They're very obscure. And Marvel Rivals, have given them life. But to me, that life is not that interesting. And even with the interest in it, like Doctor Strange or some other characters I'll make examples on, and a lot of them are on this tier list as examples. They're not the best characters as main characters, right? Or big attention characters. I think a lot of MCU or DC characters as well for DCU. Like, this goes as like a verse comparison. A lot of characters in Marvel and DC, even if we want to compare it to the DCU or MCU or wherever the case may be, don't necessarily need, deserve, or are actually going to work as main characters or main spotlight people. Unless you make up a whole new story for them, you don't adapt shit, truly, from the comics about them inherently, it doesn't really matter or work to me. So, yeah, that's kind of the thing with it. And even doing what they did with Cloak and Dagger, where they kind of make up their own shit, it doesn't really work to me. But again, I can appreciate that the show isn't at least unwatchable. Now, Moon Knight is just a definition of disappointment. I have a friend that talked about on record who likes this show. You know who you are. But to me, the show is very boring. I think it is very downgrading of all aspect of, what makes Moon Knight what he is. I've been on record saying as a Moon Knight fan, I'm not a fan of Moon Knight using magic of any sort. I think it defeats a lot of his uniqueness. I don't like how a lot of the mythology of Egyptian mythology is technically done here and there. I think a lot of assortment of, reasoning and tie of this and this is not done good. I think some, cinematography and some action and acting is fine. But I think a lot of different ideas for it is rushed in too much. I think they kind of scrap a lot of the more interesting uniqueness setting of Moon Knight, going schizo or spastic and doing something interesting with it, and they just keep cutting away of the greater unique halves. I think the villain of the move, activity is interesting when it comes down to Khonshu and hypothetical capability, but the fact that Khonshu is seeable and not like in the comics where it's a very iffy, vague thing of him being real, truly a god, a spiritual being that can dissolve, Mark of his mind in any case of thing, because of this man, Mark Matt, being, whole schizophrenic and out of his mind, or being another personality that he made up, or being all of the above. Him being like, this is not good. I think the villain, in specific though, the actual villain, is so underwhelming and mediocre. I think a lot of aspects of possible coolness to be had with it is interesting if it was done right. I don't think they do his character right on gore, any aspect of his character being, and I know that Moon Knight as a character realistically cannot work for a Disney show. And to be fair, this show has shown multiple times that it's not for actual Moon Knight fans to me. Moon Knight is not in any case of the way delivered in a good way as a character. I feel like he doesn't have that much subject matter beyond the fact of being just a kind of sorry dude. This man, Moon Knight, is not his character. He has nothing of greater unique development. I think his love interest, Marlene, even though adding a little bit bigger shit, is not the most bigger and intriguing and likable shawty. And Marlene is very flat in the comics, that is true. But like on at first Amber situation, they didn't do that much more to add more to her character. And I don't really care for the whole Egyptian superhero thing. Like, yeah, Shawty is a pretty and cool person. Shout out to all the acting, because for the most part, that's good. But the fact that the Moon Knight show is so irrelevant in the grand scope of the MCU shows my point that it's just not good. It shows not just the fact that it's not anything of true credit of really need to exist or doing things good, but it also shows not just in considerable reception, even though arguably you could say that, just because something isn't, big liked or seen in this and this, doesn't necessarily make it bad. But it's the fact that it doesn't really matter. This show doesn't do anything to actually value it in any high order. It doesn't adapt anything good. Moon Knight is bogusly powerful. It does bad as a creation because then it makes Marvel in the comics do terrible shit with his character. And I just don't like him as a character. I don't think it's a good version of him. So yeah, it's a terrible adaptation. Simple as that, gang. Diabolical, though, for the boys is a similar thing of it doesn't really need to exist. I think there's cool aspects and funny things of it. I do think there's a lot of interesting symbolic representations and things along those lines representing some parts of it. And I think there's some cute shit in it, but it doesn't really need to exist. A lot of the ideas are either stale, weird, too edgy, a little bit uninteresting. I do like some of them, with like the last episode, the boys comic, adaptation and representation of a lot of goofy, wild, extra delirious and dummy shit, but it's really not that good to me. And yeah, I don't have much to say about it. I'll just say it's a storyboard. It's a lot more interesting and they have a lot more versatility than it, than the others. Hawkeye is a similar thing. There's some cool essence of shit in it, but it doesn't really matter. I feel like if you never watch it, on Christmas, it doesn't really have much value to me. I don't really care for it. I don't care for Hawkeye too much as, a protagonist in this thing. Don't get me wrong, I think Hawkeye can have a TV show. I really feel like he should have got a movie. I feel like people would actually go out their way to go watch that shit. Maybe. I know Hawkeye isn't the big, main character blockbuster person, but I do think Hawkeye has a lot of flavor to him, like with Green Arrow, to be a main character. But I don't feel like it's the best thing. I forgot her name in it, but, she's cool, I guess. And I feel like they kind of underutilized Kingpin. I feel like they got to have only Kingpin be used for Daredevil or Spider-Man. Stop having this nigga be multi-villain for niggas. Because that's the thing, but there's so many Kingpin villains that could be used against another superhero or street tier nigga. Stop doing that. Adapt actually what's a consistent, proud representation of the character. Stop doing all these different flimsy, weird case of shit. It doesn't make sense, right? Then you got the Defenders, which is just very basic and like dull. I don't remember half of the shit in this shit. I feel like there's only one good, really peak fight scene. I think a lot of choreography is kind of shit. I think the chemistry with the people is a little bit partially interesting in the grand scope of shit, but it's not the best to finally done. I don't like a lot of, plot lines or feels of it. I don't really think this Defenders group of Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Iron Fist, and Daredevil is really a good team up. I think the original Defenders is way more unique and interesting, and I just don't really think it needs to exist. But for what it is, it works. I think the only good grace out of it is like it might help you get a better understanding for like fucking, the turmoil that might be putting, Matt Murdock, aka Daredevil, a little bit out of, his fire to do things. Like it might maybe give you better essence of perspective on him. But to me, I feel like Daredevil Season 3 does the finally an explanation of whatever, Matt's, eternal conflict is going down for. You know what I'm saying? And, kind of already enough breathes lights into the matter of, his overarching, unfortunate crisis and other aspects of it. Like, you can gain more perspective, but they already do a great representation of why that stuff already has haunted him for a great deal. In his delivery of justice, he gets downpour of, all type of, good living, right? Like, it's a proof that a hero's journey is not a good one. With great power, I guess, comes a great tragedy as well. I feel like that's already done good in season 3, but, whatever. Lucifer, at first, had interesting ideas. I don't think it's objectively a good written show. I think Lucifer Morningstar is not really a character for a fucking TV show. I don't really like it. It's not really a superhero TV show. And that's not the reason why it's bad. It's bad because it's repetitive. It's not interesting. It's overplayed. The acting gets bad. I love the actor for Lucifer. And, if they ever want to put him in a DCU, I think they should get him again. He works. He's fine. But there's nothing about this guy or the show or the verse or anything involving cosmology, this or Christianity to be displayed this that is actually interesting to me all around. I don't really care for Lucifer at all. Then you have the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It's kind of whatever. Like, the thing that pulls it back is mainly the villains and ideas and plot lines and the pacing. It's kind of very slow. I do like a lot of the character development and the bigger detail shit, but it don't really work. And, from what I've heard, because I haven't watched Captain America 4, it is not the best build up to, what I'm saying, a greater thing. So, yeah, I don't really care for it. Luke Cage is Luke Cage. It's kind of just basic and modernly has some interesting kick of shit. I feel like a lot of its high potential was shortened and downformed. And I feel like Luke Cage, even though I fuck with the actor for Luke Cage and I like season 1 a good deal, it doesn't really need to exist as a whole, like to really do what it does for Luke Cage. As Luke Cage is interesting in a lot of aspects and feel, but there's only so much charm and only so much amount of elongated time to dive into with this character to really make him hold some bigger substance. And I also think, like a lot of characters, don't need a TV show. He's a good supporting character. He's a good, partaking in some events or, background character. I think Luke Cage is cool, but he's not that big deal me like cool. You know what I'm saying? Again, it's fine. I think, season 1 is better than season 2. And season 2 kind of pulled back on a lot of greater emphasis of interest. But, it is what it is. Flash, past season 3, even though the cracks were showing, especially in season 2, was a downgrade of a lot of things. It is booming with a whole new level of dog shit, booty writing, terrible CGI, terrible budgeting, terrible direction, terrible adaptation, and just an unneeded running corpse, to say the least. It's just wild, bro. It's a Boeing bullshit, unneeded, piece of existence that literally has been doing the same flimsy matter of shit for a decade. It hasn't changed. It hasn't done anything of greater essence. And to me, the only thing good about it is Grant Gustin beyond that. But, Reverse Flash, Zoom, and in concept, Savitar was interesting. I don't like the Thinker in season 4. I don't think like his whole mindset and his ideals is really as unique and interesting as people think it is. Like, to me, he's basically what the Lizard and Brainiac in core essence and hypothetical potential, at least how the CW adapts him, can be, but he doesn't do it of greater prevalent of intrigue. A lot of what he can do, the Flash can counter if Barry actually had brain cells. I think Barry has never actually grown out of what made him, so interesting, but it's been overplayed. I don't think he's ever actually fulfilled a great character arc. I feel like Barry is a fucking pussy as a superhero. He never grows the fuck up. He never mans up and does what he does in the comics, which is run to his greatest heart content and be a boss. He don't do that shit. And I think the Thinker, as a villain, as a Flash villain, is very just dubious, has some intrigue, has some interest. I think the acting is cool from the actor, who I think kind of carried season 4 from my memory, but it's not very good, and I don't like a lot of aspects of it. I just think a lot of what The Flash is as a show is just people not understanding his mythos. Also, Flash is like too overpowered too. Like, a lot of the conflicts in the show could be erased if he just was the Flash. Cicada is wasted potential. Godspeed is terribly adapted. I don't even know that much about Godspeed beyond just like the simple, vague shit. But for what I know from what's pulled from the comics, he's a lot more intriguing and in-depth speedster than what he has the namesake for, to say the least. But I don't know, man. It's a whatever record of show. Young Justice as a whole, the first 2 seasons I think is peak DC. Honestly, I think that's peak DC. But it just kept going on for no reason. For what my memory is, it's not even bad. It just doesn't need to exist. It doesn't fulfill the right plot lines. It doesn't continue characters in a better, grand, unique essence way. It kind of runs into the same wall of contingent, collide, and doesn't add anything more as a thing. And I'm going to be honest, I don't give a fuck about it, bro. I'm going to keep it a buck, bro. I don't care. And then you got Arrow, which is the same shit as The Flash. Like, after season 4 or about, it lost a lot of potential. I think Oliver, as a protagonist, has a lesson in actual care for. I liked, even though I don't like the fact that they didn't, adapt Oliver Queen, the Green Arrow, as he was. I do like that at first. He was like a reformed, a little bit more spicy rendition of Batman. But when he started taking his plot lines, taking his villains, taking his events, doing the same shit, it got bad. I think the choreography dropped. I think a lot of interest and intrigue dropped. And I think a lot of what makes Oliver Queen and his mythos good is not good. I love Deathstroke. I love the first season 1 villain, Black Arrow, where the fuck his name was. I liked Red Arrow, aka Speedy. I liked his sister. I liked his mom and his dilemma and conflict with her. I think a lot of the flashback episodes were interesting to add a lot of cool, interesting substance matter to him and other shit. But it just took too long to get to. It's overly bloated. And it's just not interesting. I don't like it. I love the actor that plays Green Arrow. I forgot his name, but I really don't give a fuck. It's just not good. The Fantastic Four show, it got canceled. I feel like it gave a good, decent adaptation of the Fantastic Four and does try to string, a great deal of their mythos together in an interesting, creative way. It has the potential, if it actually got continued, to be basically, Earth's Mightiest Avengers, but for Fantastic Four. But I don't think it's done the best. And, I feel like it just kind of very, meh. Like, it had great potential, but it just never full pushed on. Shark Boy and Lava Girl, obviously, is not a good, all-around, dummy good written superhero movie. It had great potential to do those things, and I know it's not intended to be that type of superhero movie to watch. And it is gas, nostalgia-wise. But if I had to really say anything about it, it's just waste potential and has no good flair of, purpose and things. Because there is possible creativity to be had with Shark Boy and Lava Girl and what it is. But I do like a lot of what its symbolic purpose is. I do think there's some cool action or cinematography or, I don't know, mini, character development. But it's not anything too good. Power Rangers with the, newest Power Ranger shit, for what I know of, movies. It's just not very big of anything. It's just kind of whatever. The movie is, not really the greatest thing of, watchability. It's just kind of a very slugfest of cool action, potential interest, and crack of also kind of partial, uniqueness. But the villain has barely any true personality or purpose. I think a lot of crack of, any greater interest and tie of likeness to it is very, dropped down in value. I don't really like this cast of the Power Rangers too much. I like a lot of, the chemistry and personality, but I feel like a lot of character development is dropped. It's not done the best. And I don't like how it's all around done. in full. I feel like it's kind of a waste of potential thing more than a truly stamped bad thing and or mid. But if I had to give it any partial likeness feel, it's just like it's an average, dumb, whatever kind of half case likeness movie. I feel like if you were drunk, you might very much fall in love with the flick, but it's just kind of whatever. I mean, I like the soundtrack and all aspects of it, but it is what it is. Black Widow's same thing. I think Natasha has potential to be a cool protagonist in the movie, but they didn't give her enough development as a character. Black Widow's not really that much of a character in a lot of these films. She's kind of whatever. I don't really think this movie really needs to exist. I think it was badly put out. They should have put out this movie before she died, because I feel like a lot of the care for it doesn't matter. It holds no relevance. Okay? The movie takes place back when Obama would have been president in real time. So I don't really care about it too much from that. And yeah, man, I'm not going to lie. I don't really give a fuck. And when I say it's not, oh, it's older, it doesn't matter, because I know somebody's going to take that and like basically slate my opinion as being time actually is going to paraphrasely paint the direction of interest or stance of good with something. Like, it's not going to deprive it of good because of the fact that it's older or it's this time. It's the fact that it doesn't really hold weight to be watched or have interest, because you would want to see what type of effects what happened in Civil War was putting on Natasha, but it's too late. We have already went through so much. That's phase 3's like early to middle part. It does not have any big stinging weight in any form, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't even know if, Civil War came out in like phase 3 at the earliest, or it was like late phase 2. This bitch came out, correct me if I'm wrong, at like phase 4 or like late phase 3. I'm not gonna lie, cuz it's not really that much interesting. And she not gonna get a trilogy. And there's cool essence of shit in it, like acting and some fighting. And I do think there's some cool character development. And I love, the relationship between Black Widow and her sister. And I understand what it's trying to go for. But Taskmaster is shit. The Russian Captain America is shit. The villain, every aspect of, the concepts that they make and do with is shit. And I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And it's just not a very good movie in nowhere in grandstand. It's because the plot kind of folds together in a very weird mesh. And the CGI, I'm not going to lie, it's pretty laughably obvious that it's a freaking background thing or this and this. It's not really good. Then you got Captain Marvel. And Captain Marvel, this doesn't work to me as a really good protagonist. I don't think Captain Marvel is that good of a character as a whole. Like, I don't really like her that much. I don't think she's that cool. I think she's kind of like everything Hal Jordan is insufferably to be. I don't really think she has any good kinetics as not just a character. And the acting for her by Brie Larson isn't atrocious, but it's not too terrific. I think some fight scenes and this is interesting. Her character development against her antagonistic, abuser and manipulator is not very good to me. I think Nick Fury losing his eye to a cat is just unneedingly goofy and deprives, all essence of possible interesting backstory that be had. Obviously, it's a minor thing, but it diffuses, all greater intrigue. I think they misuse the scrolls a lot. And to me, Captain Marvel is another character who not just to me is not a very good character. She's a very whatever form of character. She's just a foaming powerhouse with no flair of actual character, interesting stories, or by herself as a whole. Like, timing with her shit does not unburst your bubble or not, what I'm saying, with anything of sauce. She just doesn't have anything to burst her bubble. The only creative shit about her is maybe power shit, because she's like a fucking Super Saiyan. But to me, it's not of anything of grander interest or care. I don't like her as a character, like I said. She arguably just does not have anything of real deeper meanings. And again, her whole full character arc is like so weirdly progressed, and somehow Brie Larson is being outacted by her freaking black friend that I never even heard of as an actress, but is doing way better than her. I just don't like her. You know what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with race. I'm just saying, like, I just feel like the movie's a very whatever the fuck type of thing. It's disgraceful, as a, I guess, project to the greater hypothetical potential it could have with, like, the scrolls and other aspects of things, but it just does not utilize things right. And again, the fact that someone like Captain Marvel, who's really not a hero to me either, like, her morals and her whole being is bafflingly bogus and bum bitch activity, but we're not going to talk about that because it's more of a comic book thing. But she's also just not that great a gravitas, intrigue. She's a supporting character and a random fucking whim superhero character. It has no bliss of interesting case of creativity truly in her character, and any aspects of that is not around her. It's around a universal thing. Captain Marvel does not have any big ties to the Skrulls to make it be interesting. I don't like how it's done. I really don't. It's not good to me. So, no. Then Birds of Prey. There's some kind of tiny, partially interesting shit with it, but it's just... Like Captain Marvel, it's a very plain, unneeded movie. It doesn't really have that much going for it. I think the cast has some interesting shit, but not enough chemistry to really be cool. I think some fight scenes are interesting. I love Harley Quinn. I love Margot Robbie as his character. I think Black Mass had some interesting touch, but was not a very defined villain in conclusion. I do like that they went full ham into the fact that she's basically like DC's Deadpool. But I think if she had a better, like, plan of, moving with things, not just as a person, but at the same time, a character thing, as a whole, she could possibly protrude into bigger heights of bigger interest and care, like Deadpool. Because the things about Harley Quinn that are similar to Deadpool, but Deadpool does better, is the comedy, the gore, the violence, the dark humor, the dark character arc, and a lot of different symbolic essence of her character does not really stretch that far. And I feel like because no writer, unless, like, from what I've heard at least, a Harley Quinn show or some aspects in the Suicide Squad stories really give her enough room and space as a character to really evolve. I feel like Harley Quinn is only funny, goofy violence, sexual appeal, and can be a random one-off stray to be packed up by Batman here and there. I don't really think she has enough room to grow, and I feel like this movie showed potential for a different look at her, and I do think it's fine, but it's not the best done, and I don't know, it just whatever. It doesn't matter too much to me. I mean, I don't really think it's a good Birds of Prey movie. With that being said as well, like, I kind of think it downforms the, group as a whole, but we're not going to talk about that. Next, we have Teen Titans, the Jewish contrast, right? This movie, I'm sorry, because man was over here on setting up. Teen Titans Jewish contract, right? The contract part of it, I feel like, is really why this movie exists, no offense. Let me say this, man. It's not a terrible adaptation of Teen Titans The Judas Contract, but I think the fact that it doesn't deliver fully on a lot of the key interesting aspects of it, I think some ways the movie tries coursing about shit doesn't do the comic book justice. I think there wasn't enough time and build up and likeness to Tara or any other body, in this case of the Teen Titans, to really make it really feel emotional and driven. The reason why the Judas Contract is one of the most peak comics of DC, in my opinion, is because it had great time built into it. It took its time. It built, great bridges and great array of emotions to be tied to, the characters, attached to the dilemma, the crisis, and the name. because it's about someone betraying their own family to get one over on them and one over themselves. Tara did that just so she could have selfish needs. It hits a lot in 2003, and I would even argue to an extent even more, because this woman been a part of the Teen Titans. She been a part of the group. We saw how much she meant. We saw how much she could do. And the fact is that we've been so much, tied to the Titans. We've been so much tied to the case of, Tara's connection, especially with Beast Boy, that it adds a lot more hefty means of sauce and intrigue, that it makes us actually feel betrayed. It makes us actually feel heartbreak. This movie did not do that in the same way. It doesn't have to. It's not bad. I don't have nothing to say about it besides just a little bit upper placement of mid. But it doesn't really crack any different things of really good essence. It has good acting, action, emotional depth. I don't like the Deathstroke being a pedophile thing. I think Tara's backstory is a little bit too bland. I think there could be better representation and direction in some different aspects of shit. And I also think it's like this version of Teen Titans as a cast, it's a little bit too different to really make me care. Like Jaime, aka Blue Beetle, is a cool character, but like in the comics, depending on the case of, Young Justice and, Muerta has showcased greater, possible expanse of his character. Blue Beetle is a very kind of like not unsauceful character, but his sauce is very odd. He's a mild character. He's not too much this, and he's not nothing down here. He's aight. He's a fucking plain sauce drizzled onto the plate, and it don't really add too much greater gravity to your heart or your mind, to say the least. So I don't care for him. I don't like Damien that much, but I'll give him this. He's at least, watchable in this film. I think this version of Beast Boy is cool, but he's not doing enough to really make me fuck with him. I think he's a little bit too corny, and that's coming from a Beast Boy fan. Raven, she's cool, but I don't really like her too much. I do love Starfire Nightwing, though, which is, probably not unsurprising. I do like Deathstroke's cunning. I don't like Brother Blood in this movie. I think he's a terrible adaptation. And I don't like that, it's not even involving Deathstroke using Brother Blood in a way that's a little bit more unique. It's Brother Blood using him. I don't like that. But that's kind of all I can say about it. Next, we have Superman / Batman Public Enemies. It's a workable movie. I think it has a lot more, good to say about it than bad. But the only problem is about the time. I think Lex Luthor is a little bit too dehumanizing. And I think there's a lot of bogus reasons for why all these heroes are coming after Superman and Batman. I don't really think it makes sense. It kind of is just a movie of the world's finest fighting together, which I'm kind of all here for. But that's really it. Next, you got Suicide Squad Hell to Pay. It's above average Suicide Squad story. It doesn't really stick out anything greater, to me. I think it kind of ruins a lot of possible dilemma or plot lines of their characters. Like, I think it's a very interesting concept, with a card that can give you a, free pass into heaven. But I think they kind of underutilize a lot of great interest and cool shit. I feel like it's kind of doing too much. It's kind of too weird. I don't like how, Vandal Savage is utilized here. Reverse Flash as a character is a plot hole in this movie. I think a lot of aspects of this movie is kind of stupid as shit if you really, critique it. I like Tiger Claw. I really do love this man Deadshot in this movie. I do think he's a very, remarkably for his first showcasing in this version of the DCU, right? To be out here, a very intriguing and kind of very saddening character to a greater detail. He's a very, in some way, charmingly depressing man with great spice of life. I feel like they fucked over my nigga Copperhead, though. I really liked him. This movie really made me kind of appreciate him a little bit more. But that's really it. And I don't really like Killer Frost. And not like she's a bad character. Just fuck Killer Frost. That's all I gotta say. But yeah. The Punisher Warzone is a little bit better. Diamond in the Rough. This is where we're gonna get to movies where they got problems for being mid, but they're not actually like so basic, right? Like Punisher, right, is a cool movie in a lot of core aspects, but the problem to me is like the time balance is kind of weird. I think it's kind of doing a little bit too splash page shit. I like their version of Jigsaw, but I don't think he really opened up a new can of big, interesting, and conniving, deeper sauce and means to him. I feel like, surprisingly, the Jigsaw of the Punisher TV show, aka the MCU, actually somehow like was a better version of him. He doesn't look like Jigsaw from the comics, which arguably, good reason. So, I do like the fact they went full out with like the makeup design and making Jigsaw look like a fucking menace, like a whole demon vial. You know what I'm saying? His little brother is goofily funny. I do like, this actor, and rest in peace to him. I forgot his name, for repping the Punisher to a good deal. But one of my core big problems is not just the pacing, the sense of direction to represent the ideals and character arc of the Punisher, aka Frank, in a more defined, very sly way. But it's the fact that a lot of these niggas in this movie are so negative chromosomes for an adaptation of cops and or prick of the Punisher. First of all, I've always think it's egregious for any cop, any man that has a badge, takes an oath in the line of duty, to rationalize the Punisher. I'm not saying it's not realistic. I'm not saying it can't happen. But for it to be this big of a thing in the movie, it's ridiculous. Alright? And these niggas all give the Punisher a free pass. And in the comics, Punisher despises cops or niggas in the military yes men in him. Right? He can respect them, but they dissolve and degrade every gauge of possibly any aspect of not just who he is as a person, right? To understand that Punisher is a man painting what he does as justice, when in full it is just rampant succession of murder backed by crime being more of a problem, when he's spewing the same plague that is crime as an arguable concept. They de-gauge all aspects of who he is as a person. You know what I'm saying? When they just are in the same car or room as him. These motherfuckers are fake. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying there can't be cops to do this. But the fact that it's that big of a thing and it's not accurate to the comics, that's a problem to me. I like that they're accurate in, like, his gore, his ingenuity, his wild ways of killing people, and the fact that he is truly a gun fanatic. But the fact that Punisher even, had a mental crisis about the death of killing an innocent cop is not entirely inaccurate or, like, unsensible. But the fact that the Punisher actually had this big harbor of, pain from the death of, a random guy that he deliberately didn't mean to kill is kind of dumb, because, like, there's a lot of people that you kill, even if they're tied to bad people, that you didn't feel cared for. And in the comics, he doesn't care who he kills as long as the end-all be-all dead are, rights, aka the case of whoever he's killing. As long as he's splurging on the bloodshed by any means necessary, that shit don't matter. And, okay, I understand it's a different version of him, and that's why, again, I'm going to give him, some leeway. I do think, for the most part, it's kind of compelling, but I don't think it was executed the best. But that's really all I have to say about Punisher Warzone. Now, Hancock, I haven't watched it in a minute, and I heard the third act from my, recollection of different kids, people talking about it, because people have, like, revisited this movie. It's terrible, but I think Hancock is a very interesting thing. It's an underappreciated masterpiece to some people. I do think Will Smith does very define the acting here. I like the concept of Hancock. I like a lot of aspects of him. I do think Hancock is one of the more depressing superheroes if you actually think about it. But yeah, I love, the movie for the most part. Only problem is like budget, some acting, but not entirely, and the third act. That's really it. That's really it. I don't have much to say about it. The reason why the third act is not good is because it got too flimsy. It took the concept of it and just teared it apart and basically tried to resplash another thing. You had such a gourmet concept and then you threw it away just to basically have the Jeff Bridges problems, in the words of Cosmonaut, where you just a big dummy CGI fight scene. It's unneeded. It really is not good. It's not a good thing to have. But yeah, the first TMT movie is pretty splendid. It has a lot of interesting concepts and things along those lines. I don't know if this is the movie entirely with, Raphael screaming Casey Jones and a very interesting version of Shredder and Super Shredder. But if it is what I think it is, because a lot of these movies, I haven't seen in a minute, and with this movie being one of the oldest, I haven't seen in a minute. But I think it is a pretty fine whatever movie of the TMT. Only problem is some set designs, obviously some budget constraints and how it looks, but it was a product of its time, so I'm not hating on that. But I think some character development and all-around feel shit, it's a little bit kind of bizarrely finished too quick. I feel like these characters didn't really grow as they should, but that's just me. Son of Batman, I think, is a decently fine adaptation of the Son of Batman basic story, but Damian Wayne is way too OP. He's a Mary Sue. I don't like this version of Deathstroke in the regards of how he moves and acts. I don't like that Talia still keeps the rape act of, making Damian. And I don't like Damian as a whole, as a character. But I do like the relationship that Batman has with him. I like the character development trying to be had. I do like this version of Batman. I love Nightwing. And I do love a lot of greater core emphasis of things in it. It just does not course in the full throttle the things I would like it to be. There's also kind of shuns the idea of, Batman calling out some of these things in a greater deal. But to be fair, I understand Batman is a very, keep to himself, push away person. There's also record of maybe being a little bit too brutal with Killer Croc. I don't know how accurate that truly is, because you dissolve all essence of like your freaking moral values to also like code, because he doesn't kill him, but the fact that you like severely like wounded him on his backside, even if like because he's a bulked out mutated big ass crocodile, could heal from that, because from what I know, crocodiles, like most reptiles, can, regenerate. Batman going out his way to over asphyxiate in the matter of that torture extent is a little bit too much to me. But that's kind of like a nitpick. It's not a big deal, but that could like deprive you of the rightful information if, let's say, he like bled out from that. But we're not going to talk about that. Next is Shazam 2, aka Fear of the Gods. It's whatever. It's very basic. It's commendable that it still kind of has some heart, I guess. I think a lot of, Billy's internal conflict doesn't really make sense if he actually did research into it or thought about it. I don't like the made-up villains. I think the acting is good, but it's not really needed. I don't like a lot of characters or essence of this. I feel like the movie doesn't tighten it together itself in a better overarching cool way. And to me, it doesn't really need to exist like others, but it's at least a little bit more grounds of watchable and likable. And I do love the fight scenes, and I like that no matter the case, Shazam is always going to be your lovable goofball. And I really do like that the actor is at least having fun in everything that he's doing. I respect him, to say the least. But then we have Batman Begins. I think it's a kind of poor origin, but it has a lot of great swell shit. I don't like the case of the over-screeching aspect of trying to put fear into the audience when it looks kind of goofy. No offense. I don't like Scarecrow in this movie. I don't think it's the bestly done. I think The Dark Knight, Rises, if I'm even reading that right, is a kind of overrated film. I don't like this adaptation of Bane. I don't like his voice. I don't like his design. I don't like how this version of Batman is not a good fighter, and they kind of do a lot of adaptation of what makes this story what it is be super bogusly bad. I think a lot of ways the movie goes about shit is kind of goofy and stupid. And the only redeeming qualities is like some fight scenes, Catwoman, some displays, some interesting, for the most part, design and cinematography. And I can respect Batman coming back to the city, the best Bane, but it's over infringement of cops. The fact that Alfred, his character, assassinated, and a lot of what makes it what it is kind of down for him to being just very mid, as the title would suggest. It's just not good. Then you got Justice League. Dawn of Atlantis is a very calm, cool, creative, story involving Aquaman. It kind of displaces a lot of essence of, greater intrigue and creativity to be had with Aquaman shit. Of not just tapping a little bit more into his personality, growing a little bit more of character together with other people, and also giving a little bit more sprinkle of, life to, some parts of Aquaman. Because Aquaman, as a protagonist, he has a lot of potential, but this Aquaman, he feels a little bit too, not whole flatline boring, but nothing of true greater substance. He feels very uninteresting, but at the credit of the fact that he's not grounded in any big pool of some better possibility of change or direction. He doesn't go for anything of real bigger qualm or daring to say reform as a character. He doesn't go for a King Arthur story iconically Arthur, that's the real name of Aquaman, would go through. I think there's a mixed bar. The Justice League don't move as ethically smart to the greatest degree that they could. There's an argument that some power difference is kind of a little bit weird. And when I say ethical, I mean coming into the environment with a better plan of action and being a lot more prepared and real, actually doing things, and I don't like the fact that Shazam is in this movie. I don't really think he should. I feel like there's too many powerful people or people with not that much character going on straight into this, and there's no to greater coolness or intrigue, I also don't really like Superman and Wonder Woman being a thing. It's not bad in concept. I don't never think it's ever done good. I don't think Superman and Wonder Woman should be together. I don't think, to be honest, unless it's the DC animated universe, like Justice League or Justice League Unlimited, I don't think any of the trio should be dating each other. I don't like it. I feel like they're too family. I don't really like it. I don't fuck with that. But yeah, that's kind of it. That's really all I have to say about it. It's cool acting, cool action, purpose, a decent matter of story that does have some such of, cool, intricate, put together design of, the back of it being kind of reckoned of a fantasy hero story, but plugging for, obviously the superhero mythos in a cool, interesting way. Then you have Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania, aka Ant-Man 3, which is just dog shit in a lot of his greater qualms. MODOK, Kang losing the ants, Kang's greater matter of purpose. I think the acting by Jonathan Majors is sublime, and I do think there's a partial great potential to build upon what his, speech was about, where I think he said something on the lines of, "I've done so much to be where I am, and my other variants, the people that fear me, they're going to feel the pain that I have went through, that I have suffered through, and everything they took it from me, I'm going to give right back to them." He's a self-hating monster that is fueled off the back of anger that, in comparison to the comics, is all about a stamp of the fact that everything he was going for was taken away from him, and he has been left with nothing in the vacuum that is time and the multiverse. That was interesting. It's not good. I ain't gonna lie, this version of Ant-Man, he's not a terrible protagonist or a character, but I don't think he's that interesting. I don't really like a lot of the concept. I don't even think him and should and was shown not to be a good person for King to fight, because he was going to beat him in false ways. I don't like a lot of how things are done and coming together in this. and I think a lot of it is like bogusly done. I don't really like the quantum realm as much as some other people. I think it's the most interesting and grand, sauce filled thing. I think it's very plain, my nigga. I don't care for it, bro. I'm gonna keep it a bug. Reign of Superman is a kind of dull thing. Like, I think Cyber Superman is kind of underformed as a character when he's one of the most unique, and some people argue is the best villain of Superman, like that ass. And I don't think he's the best, done in this version. I think Steel is fine, Superboy is fine, fucking whatever that Superman other person is fine, but they don't really crack a lot of great intrigue interest. I feel like how Superman comes back and does things is decently done with character arc and purpose. I think a lot of the movie just basically simmers down to Lois trying to find her boyfriend, and it's not that interesting to me. I'm gonna keep it a buck. It's really not. Then we have the Green Lantern show or movie. I don't know if that's actually what it is in comparison. Again, if it is so much better than others in comparison, I might put it up, but I also might have just forgot about this to put it over like these other shows. I remember that it gave a great deal of nuance and great portrayal of a lot of Green Lantern stuff. So I don't know if this is the first mainline movie or is a show, like a 3D show, but I think it's pretty dang good. My only problems is the fact that it's a little bit too long. It's kind of stale. It doesn't give a great adaptation to the point where it's so peak DC, but it does it in such a defined way that it revelates in a lot of aspects of the cosmology of the DC, but through the sci-fi world of Green Lanterns. And Hal Jordan's pretty good. This next movie is just pretty much a Green Lantern bundle, and I don't have much to say about it besides it works for a great deal, but too many stories, short, uninspiring to a greater deal, and it doesn't really lay most peak credited foundation of shit for Green Lantern's part of, DC. But it only does it a little bit better than the show by the record that it has already hit home, the core love of Green Lantern by having all that stuff going on. The Green Lantern show, it feels like space cop drama a little bit. It doesn't strike the same means. They're both kind of the same in a way, though, so I understand if you want to mismatch, but that's just me. Aquaman 2 is, alright. It has a bunch of great deal of interesting shit. I do like that Aquaman, was going on a journey of not just doing good for his family, but also at the same time, being king, making great relationship difference with his brother Orm. But Black Manta is kind of very uninspiring of true reason to care for why he's doing what he's doing. Here's the thing. When I say that, I mean the foundation for why he's doing what he's doing. It has no ties to anything personal besides the begrudging fact that he wants vengeance, but he's being controlled by a random Triton. The Triton story in the Lost Kingdom itself, it kind of has intrigue, but I feel like we should have just had that Lost Kingdom pull some Thor Ragnarok shit and have the past of Atlantis come back haunting at Aquaman's door, and Aquaman has to try to save both of two worlds. Black Manta being thrown into was going to happen, but I feel like how they did it was not the best. And Black Manta, to me, is just not a very interesting and creative, villainous threat as he could be. I do like his fight scenes and how he does things, and I love his design. That suit design, that's peak. And I do think the actor that's playing him is giving his best, but I feel like it's not too producing of the type of essence of bus and shit. And the movie, I feel like it's not really needed to watch because, it doesn't matter. Aquaman's character arc is kind of cool, and I do love his speech, and I love that Jason Momoa put all his, heart into Aquaman. I think he does love playing the character, and Jason Momoa is a good actor. But, yeah, man, I just don't think it's that good. I'm going to keep it a buck, gang. I don't think it's that good, to that great of shit. But it's not, again, that bad either. But you have Batman Bad Blood, which is everything with Aquaman, but a little bit bigger flaws that are kind of overshine. You see, it's a good movie as I feel like it gives decent character development for Damian. I feel like the introducement and character development to the Bat family is okay, but how it's all around done is not the best to me. I think Talia's character assassination is too ungodly bad because even though in Son of Batman I don't like the fact that she raped Batman, I like the fact that at least she has character and bigger stuff to her. Talia just being evil and a vile witch of a human being is not good. But if you're going to have her do that shit and she could possibly learn from it, like what Anissa is and Invincible, to be fair, not as terrible. Don't get me wrong. They both scandalous charlatans. You know what I'm saying? They're both full-fledged, demons. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't get it twisted. Anissa and Talia al Ghul are both despicable human beings. They both shown of, like, harlot wench activities. You know what I'm saying? They bitches. Let's call the buck, bro. Let's call them out. They bitches. But it's so flimsily done and doesn't make sense. And I don't like a lot of plot lines with it. But it has a lot more good than bad. Like, fighting, choreography, and, like, other shit. I feel like they kind of, like, neuter my man Nightwing in some aspects of greater grand shit. But I do think it has a lot more great homage and representation of the Bat family. I think it's definitely a Bat family movie, to say the least. Then X-Men 1. Same shit. There's a lot for X-Men, but doesn't have the best structure or story. The villain is uninteresting. The fights feel a little bit weirdly done, but to be fair, this is one of the first greatest superhero movies, so, I kind of give him a little bit of leeway. And a lot of how it's done is a little bit weirdly done and coursed. But yeah, Jessica Jones is a mild mix of being pretty all around good in its core means with Jessica and the relationship she has with people like Luke Cage and stuff, but the villains are not the most sizzling, like, caring. I think the Purple Man or the Purple Guy is not a very grand scale, big, interesting character or even villain to me. I think his entire concept is very, like, unsavoring of, like, whatever sauce you had, where he's just this manipulating, mysterious dude. I feel like the Purple Guy as a character in the MCU does not have a lot of striking greater bars of intrigue and creative essence to him that really makes him be really needed for a main villain status. But he also has a character, I feel like a lot of his core, intrigue and any aspects of, possible favorment is the fact that this motherfucker is simply a evil mass and darkness motherfucker. He doesn't have any big in-depth backstory. You don't need to try to fling a bunch of, shit that I don't know entirely if it's a made-up thing or it's an adaptation thing that doesn't really sink into my heart interest to understand him. And especially because everything that he does is still just blatant, rotten evil. There's reasonings for it, but it's nothing of big interest that makes me feel any care. I think her shit is elongated, and I think the only thing cared about is that the actress is doing good, but everything else about it, it's just not really needed, and I don't really care for it. I don't like it. And simply put, like, everything about it just is kind of like the same of everything at this point on this tier list. Of it has a lot of good shit, and it's cool, but it's not very much a really grand scale, all around needed to be thing. And I can understand why there might be an argument that it's very, like, one of a kind mid, to say the least. It's not any grand taste, to say the least. It just is whatever, to say the least. Eternals, same thing. Like, it has cool fight scenes, lore, partial bit of acting and spice, but a lot of the disfigurement of not just the process of elimination shit with the, like, plot of the MCU, like with Thanos, the inaccurate shit from the comics, right? The fact that a lot of what Icarus was doing is understandable to, you know, lastly make, you know, the best means with the Eternals, his brothers and sisters. But it's the fact that this motherfucker is so uninteresting. I don't think the actor's doing the best big thing on, you know, the character. I don't know if it's accent. I don't know if it's his lack of charisma and greater grandstand personality. Icarus is a beast, but he's not really that much of a cool character to me. And that goes for the comics, too. I think there was a lot of potential with his evil Superman, but in the psychological stand thing, but it wasn't done the best. I think some of the Eternals is an interesting shit, but the fact that only a few of them back up against, you know what I'm saying, the ideals of Icarus to a half extent after the fact of him killing Druig, right, is kind of ridiculous to me. Like, all the build up to try to give bigger, like, in-depth likeness and link of, you know, I don't fucking know, care to this group is not really there. I feel like this man, Icarus, could have simply, in greater form, right, did everything that was already happening with the fucking Deviant and set up for play, and could have did better full putting his foot down on, you know, the ideal that they are creations of a celestial, and the celestial being born is the greatest honor. And, you know, Cersei or anyone else could have more in-depthly explained to him his wrong. And it's only because he had feelings for Cersei and old first sex scene in fucking Marvel project for some people, because technically that's not true, but, you know, we're not going to get into that. It just isn't interesting to me, and I just don't like a lot of how it's done. And I think a lot of these characters are not that interesting. I feel like the Eternals as a whole, even though these cosmic characters are, you know, not without interest, they're characters that very much work if they're in projects supporting others or a core and delve of their characters in a long-lasting form. These characters will not ever, to me, work in a movie. They need a TV show. They need appearances. They need reference. I feel like the Eternals should have been introduced like the Guardians of the Galaxy or something. I feel like they are only going to work if you construct them in an interesting way. No one knows shit about the Eternals. You can't use fucking A-list actors just to pull people in with them. And the Eternals did not, you know, match any of the greater standards. Again, I feel like the only things is that they have some unique ideas, cool fight scenes, acting, cinematography, power scaling, and maybe an essence of MCU lore, but that is nothing. I just really don't care for an MCU. This does not have anything of greater essence in it. I just really don't care at all, to be honest. But it is what it is. Now, for Ant-Man 1, I think it is fine. Not too impressionable, different movie. It's like Ant-Man in the MCU. I know it's different, but I feel like the comics is a way better, unique version of him. I think Ant-Man in the MCU is a very bland character in the grandstand. This movie kind of makes some interesting works of this. It's funny, I'll give it that. And it has some prick of like having some interesting, you know, fight scenes or representation of Ant-Man. And, you know, I like the fact that they stay accurate to the fact that technically he doesn't talk to ants in a way. It's more telekinesis, but the over joke about him, you know, communicating with ants, it's a little bit too much. I think this movie could have been a lot more interesting and build of some gravitas. I feel like there was more passion and charm put into it. I feel like the movie's a very whatever project. I don't think it's as good as some people think. Like, some people give this movie like a bus, and like Ant-Man 1 is like some gas, and it's not terrible, but it's definitely not anything like big fuego. It's not anything of like actual telling of some Stardust peak bussin'. Like, it's prevalent on having very whatever and out interest and creativity. The villain is kind of just dummy insane for very unconcrete reasons, and he just kind of does what he does for whatever sprink of, power pool and cocking of also just being a downright foul human being. He's just a plain form of evil, which can be fine because I do like Yellow Jacket, like fighting wise and design and the actor, but how he coursed from this then to MODOK and just having no creativity acting, in his character and or the plot, it doesn't work for me. And I don't like a lot of, what it adapts from the comics or not, because it's just not Ant-Man. And when I was watching this movie, I knew from looking at the poster that this was not going to be Ant-Man from the comics. But I just thought, I had hope that this movie was at least going to give you some partially interesting deconfiguration and reform adaptation of Ant-Man. But it didn't. It didn't. It's a waste of time, I feel like, if you're a true Ant-Man fan to watch, because you're not going to get what you want, and that's my big problem. But as its own, it's okay. Ant-Man the Wasp big disappointed me, just because it doesn't really need to do everything that does. It's overstaying its welcome, and I don't really like Ghost as a character. It's not really interesting to me, at least like in all crowd of her character, like her capabilities. That's kind of interesting, but you don't really drill in anything of bigger substance. Ant-Man, right, one is not, big up on anything too of bigger interest as a character in this, but at least power-wise, some matter of acting, and the case of the movie that he's in is some type of stitch of, interest and coolness, but that's what I have to say about that, right? But Iron Man 2, to go about talking about, is kind of same thing, interesting shit. Whiplash is not, the best written villain, but has a mixed stitch of likability because he's kind of funny and kind of badass, but is kind of done very weird and downright delirious crackheadedness to the greatest extent. Like, he don't even seem like a real person. He seems like an AI generated villain, just flimsy interaction of crazy carnage to be wanted. And he just wants to take unneeded bridal vengeance, you know what I'm saying, against the son of the original Stark. And it could be an interesting plot line for him blaming, the Stark Industries for everything he's trying to destroy, the company and shit, but tied with the other villain who's just so boomingly wild, retarded. It just isn't interesting. I do like, War Machine and Iron Man's fight with War Machine, but it's not anything a true stellar play. I don't really have any care for it. It's not that good, to be honest. That's all I have to say. But then next, with the upper echelon, we have Superman Doomsday, which is kind of like a whatever mildly cool, interesting adaptation of Superman Doomsday, but it's not done in the most terrific sense, right? I think the Death of Superman part is cool in its core and is interesting, and it's for the most part a little bit partially emotional, but didn't really strike the heart and the big interest and care as it should. It's because it's not really Superman Doomsday like Doomsday Wars. It's more Death of Superman and Reign of Superman, but reformed. But I do like that it's a good Superman adaptation. It keeps some emotional awareness and intrigue. It makes a lot of cool, interesting shit. I think Lex Luthor is too much of a freaky-ass nigga. And in the Lauren Grant credit shit, I do think a lot of stuff is coolly made, and I like Lois Lane in this, and I do think it does a lot more better than other cases of Superman stories, of adaptations at least. The Wolverine, I think, sparks a big new revalue likeness of Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. I like that in some way, even though Wolverine is not accurate to the idea of being, this very old veteran of war and knowledge of, samurai culture and other cultures. He's a very more, naive, ignorant tourist, but with a great deal of experience, skills, and scars walking through this mug. I like the fact that it works in such a unique way, tied with the case of his relationship, the characters, the redheaded shorty, I forgot her name, who was a beautiful dime ting, by the way, this guy say. And, the case of his, acting, fighting, and all the record of shit is very cool. I don't like the Silver Samurai too much in this film. I think he's too over dragging the iconic, play and stereotypical move in movies or any other form of fiction. Or let's just have a guy that can have some compelling ideas for why he's a villain to a guy that he saw as a friend. He literally invited him here to be a friend, become a big fucking robot monster with no essence of greater grandstand, coolness to him. And his whole reasons and how he goes about it, I don't feel like was the bestly written and done. Even though, don't get me wrong, it was strategical to pretty much play Wolverine like a dumbass and use his adamantium to fill his suit and do different things. But the fact that, one, I like Silver Samurai better, like in the original sense, in the comics. But, and it's tied with the fact that he does it and then could have easily taken him out and then gets downplayed of any brain cells or smartness with it. And then his reason is just unethical, random, whoppy-do evil. He just is a scum and a fake nigga. Which, okay, maybe that's likable for y'all, but to me, he missed all the cards of possible deeper layers of character. But all around, it's a fun, action-packed movie. Has a lot of cool essence to it. Has busting soundtrack. Is very dope in a lot of aspects. But I would just say my main problems is, again, adaptation-wise, run, tie of also, I don't know, bigger direction and cool essence, and just the fact that the Wolverine, even though having some very cool parts of character and structure of something new, it don't really feel like it really lays any bigger foundation of something cool. The Wolverine is very slapped, but very tenderized off the back of like whatever ongoing splurge of the moment shit. You know what I'm saying? Not on really character purpose or stands for anything of that sort. So yeah, that's kind of a little bit why it don't really work for me, but it does a lot of more unique essence of shit with that being said to why it's where it's at. Then you got the Amazing Spider-Man 1. I think it's an overhated movie, but it's definitely not the most peak record of movie. It's like the movie, right, has some interesting shit. I think the Lizard is surprising for my rewatch. A kind of decent, interesting villain at his greater grandstand. I think they utilize him in an interesting way. I think this version of Spider-Man, even though not my preferred, is still cool at concept. I think his relationship with Gwen, his opinion about Spider-Man, and his journey to actually becoming a hero is interesting. I think how Uncle Ben died was pretty fucking retarded. I'm not gonna lie, he did not need to die that way. How they did Uncle Ben's death don't really make sense to me. Some mixed bag pacing to greater substance matter shit. I think Pete's intelligence is a big, flake of like, okay, you mess up and it was in the heat of the moment, but as an argument, you should not bring shit like what you have with your camera to the opposition's layer. You should also not configure all of this random tech in different cases, shit like that, and not have any actual adaptive planning with it. I feel like he's not as tech-whizzed as he should be as Spider-Man. I'm not saying for Spider-Man to be as smart as Tony Stark, but he is a pretty lab rat nigga. So the fact that he didn't do that, and I understand this is a more hipster, skater, cool guy version, but it's still fucking Spider-Man. Like, come on, bro. And he is smart. He showcased smart. He does things smart for the most part. So, yeah, that's just my overall problem. Justice League War, though, I think it's fine. Justice League story and or movie, I do like a lot of chemistry. I do like a lot of the showcases of things involving, the thing and how things are. What is being said. I don't like how they do my man Hal Jordan, but it's more of a joke thing. I do think there's a great deal of chemistry. Darkseid is a very, unfortunately, plain villain, but I think how they work off of that is making a great deal of chemistry. Direction of the story comes in great form. I think Cyborg has a great deal of succulent character and form of, intrigue in his character. I think the relationship between Shazam and Cyborg is very interesting and kind of puzzling because these characters would never have this type of relationship in the grandstand of their characters across all boards. But I think how they do it is surprisingly pretty pleasant. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty wholesome. And sorry, I had some of my throat pause. But Justice League for the Teen Titans, it's kind of the same shit. It's just like, this Redemption Teen Titans not bad. I do like Damian Wayne growing a little bit more as a character, right? And this is where, in comparison like with the comics, even though I don't think Damian is entirely atrocious and horrendous like he started, Damian is definitely mildly a little bit more, inhalable as a character. He's not sickeningly, going out of bounds of reality. He's not dousing me in annoyance every second. He's not a fucking pariah as a human being, to say the least. So I like his character development. I like a lot of things strung in it, and I do think a lot of Girder Deal shit is, pretty solid and good all around the grandstand, But I think there's a mixed mild credit to the fact that, like, it's not so good because of the fact that, the Justice League and or Teen Titans is that, because to me, Trigon, even though I understand with the runtime could not be as good, doesn't really hit to me as a villain. He doesn't do that much to me, but I do like that his just existence is at least interesting, and I like how they adapt Raven and the story. I think the concept is interesting. I think how it's done is not as good as like Justice League Dark, which is actually pretty fucking gas, surprisingly, after rewatching it. But I don't think it's done the most terrific way that it could. It sprinkles a grit of life is still there. I think, mixed bag plot armor for some interactions of the Justice League, but they lose, and any format of bad that come with them, being not as powerful as they should be just because of the Teen Titans being like very under form of power. It's not really that big of a deal to me. I do think, even though I don't like them as a couple, I do like at least Superman and Lois, right? You know what I'm saying? In comparison, is kind of showcased, right, in a better way than in comparison to this. Because what I mean by this, right, I'm not talking about Superman and Lois as, a couple in concept or even in comparison to what they would do in it. Because obviously we're going to get the death of Superman. We're going to get to better showcasing of Superman, right? It's because I heard Superman and Lois, the actual show, is pretty good. But here's my thing. I don't like, in comparison, with Superman and Lois being a thing within the mix of this, I do like that, they're at least coolly interacting even with another person. It's not a three-way. It's not an interesting and good informed. It's fine because I do like the fact that Wonder Woman and Superman are no longer a relationship, even though from what this whole movie has shown, even though I don't like them as a relationship, I don't like Superman and Lois in comparison being, not in this comparison being a relationship. I can say that I do think that they do decently trying to show that Superman and Wonder Woman can have some interest in them. I do think that Clark and Diana are not entirely ruined of possible likeness as a relationship. Is just, again, even though I don't like them as a couple, as I don't like in comparison, Superman and Lois, in the case of, not being a relationship or being, not who they are together and them being friends and shit. I don't hate the fact that this movie has that being a kind of big thing with them, you know? But yeah, that's kind of it that I say about Justice League First Teen Titans. Then you have Green Lantern. And Green Lantern's another overhated movie to me. Don't get me wrong. Green Lantern does have problems. I mean, all of these movies, and some are going to have problems. So we get to the higher ones, every movie going to have problems. But here's the thing. The problems about Green Lantern, it's more like it pricks at your soul because there's a lot of potential with it. I think Ryan Reynolds does good as Green Lantern. I like Sinestro. I like how the Lantern Corps are represented. I like how much, weight and pressure and character build is on Hal Jordan's head. They don't like him because he's trying to assert another person that was a marvelous Lantern. I do like that Parallax is a very intimidating, interesting, and force of nature like villain that has a lot more gravitas and intrigue, right? And it's literally just a fear and concept, right? He's fear incarnate, right? And I do think there's a lot of cool, all-around creative aspects to how Green Lantern is done in this movie. The problems lie in the fact that the CGI suit, I understand why, and I don't think it looks bad, but I'm not going to lie, I'm not a big fan of it. I think Green Lantern need to have a suit and have CGI elements to it. A whole CGI suit, it kind of looks goofy. Alright, some CGI kind of looks a little bit partially weird. The big-headed bitch villain, I don't like him. I love Angela Bassett, right? Especially as Queen Ramonda. But she's not a good Amanda Waller to me. She's too nice. I can't see her being Amanda Waller. I'm going to keep it a buck. I just can't. And, yeah, I just can't really like a lot of the greater essence of this and this and it. It's not, again, terrible. It's just, again, it's not my overall thing in comparison. But it's still pretty good to me, right? And I do like the ending of it. It's not bad. It's an overhated movie to me. I mean, I don't think it's actually that bad. And any reasons for it being bad, I think it's either like nitpicks. It could be better this, or I don't know, like how it could have killed them niggas with that fucking rocking Green Lantern hand. But I don't know what to say from that. But next we have Ghost Rider, and this being Ghost Rider 2. Ghost Rider 2 to me, I think has in sympathetic greater form concepts, but it's just more the fact that it's a little bit just a splooge fest of action and not the most tight-knit story. But the thing is, the story and what it's trying to go for, and the demonic side, and just the fact that obviously, you know what I'm saying, Johnny Blaze is always going to be an interesting character. Ghost Rider is interesting. The mythos is done interesting. And, obviously the king of cinema himself, the goddamn GOAT when it comes down to the case of, acting and reveling in projects that really are not that good, but he carries them, is obviously with Cage himself doing such a defined job in the acting and making it feel worth it. And I do think it's a lot more better than these movies for a lot of what it's portioned with. I think the villain is not the best, but does have some interest. And there is overarching greater grand scope tie of shit with this. But I can't agree it's not, that peak, I guess. So I can maybe understand why some tiers could be better than most, right? But to my credit with my first stance, it's not entirely about which movie's better than others. But I do kind of stand by the fact that I put a movie over another because of their better. To say the least, at least. But yeah, I can understand that, like, it has like core reasons for being watchable, but not really being good. I don't think it's like terrible, but it's definitely not as good as it could have been, I guess to say. But anyway, you got Hulk of 2008, Kid Incredible Hulk. I think it has a lot of fine stuff. It has dope soundtrack. I think the perfection version of Hulk, right? I think Hulk was beautiful in every case of the way here. from his design, fighting, feel. I think Edward Norton's Hulk is very, fine and very crazily intriguing. I like the type of interesting and intricate method of how he does shit. Granted, he's just a very chill guy as Bruce is, but I do like that there's a lot of bigger care to him. And I think he's a little bit more of an accurate display of some essences of what makes Hulk what he is. I think Swarovski or Abomination is not a terrible villain, but it's definitely not any cracking of like bigger mind leaking, of bad or like hypothetically a downform on greater creative essence or bussin'. He just simply put is not that interesting. I like the relationship a little bit between Betty and Hulk, but I don't really like Betty that much. I think, Thunderbolt Ross is kind of stinky as a character. He's just a hater for unsensible and mixed bag as well. Unvery formal, reasons beyond compare, because he already has big dislike to Bruce in almost every case of the way, beyond it being tied to Hulk. He hates Hulk at core, and he doesn't make it be about Hulk. He always stampedes a bunch of ill will and or fuck things to Hulk, and then we'll expect there to be a good revelation or reciprocation to him in the end of fucking over dick riding on Hulk and hating on the lover of your daughter. Like, I don't know what you expect. And don't get me wrong, he has reasons to not want Hulk to be near Betty, but it's the way he's doing it. And I think that was a terrible way to show it. I think that's just him being just out of pocket for whatever reason. Don't get me wrong, he can be wrong, but I don't think it's right how he's wrong, because it's not interesting. He's just mad at Bruce. It's not backed by any logic. His logic is one, he's dangerous. But for all we know, and the proof in the pudding, Hulk hasn't been dangerous. The only time he ever comes out is when you guys attack him. Which maybe, now saying it, is a little bit kind of the point that he's wrong. But, I don't know. I mean, at least, like, in other occasions, it's kind of backed by the fact that you don't know when he turns into Hulk. Hulk, from what I know, from what's been shown in the MCU at his origin, okay, this movie never did anything super wrong or rough or destructive until his boys come into play. You instigate the Hulk. This nigga has been controlling Hulk for years. It's only y'all that are bringing him out. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, it don't make sense. It don't make sense a little bit. But, I mean, besides all that, I think it's all around a solid movie and pretty busting all around. Black Adam, similar shit to the rest. I think it does actually have some decent charm. Profound soundtrack. I think The Rock, even though his acting is very undesirable and doesn't have that much range, to be honest, I do think in this movie he gives a little bit of crick of like something a little bit more. I think Black Adam is not a very good anti-hero or, even protagonist. I don't think he's an anti-hero. I think the closest you can get him is anti-villain. But I do think that his version of Black Adam has some interest. I think there is an underlining interesting story that is trying to be told, but isn't really cracking the code for a end-all solid end. I think he has some credit of being an interesting protagonist, but the fact that he has no threat, the fact that he cannot lose, and mixed with the fact that he doesn't actually do anti-hero essence of shit, as The Rock proclaims, is a problem. He kills as many bad people as anyone else would do. And don't get me wrong, anti-heroes do kill people, and at the same time can be devoid of any case of compassion or sympathy to good people. But The Rock doesn't just kill innocent people or do anything that Black Adam character would do. He doesn't be selfish. He doesn't cause destruction around him with no care. He doesn't try to kill any of the JSA, or if he does, he's doing it very poorly. Right? He's deliberately stronger than Hawkman, and He threatens him a lot, but he don't do shit. I think Hawkman's acting is fine. I think the two actors for Adam Smasher and the other shawty are not very interesting. They got very plain, obvious flirting going on, and it's not cool. It's not interesting at all. I think the actor for Daughter Fate is cool, but they kind of misuse him. I think the plot armor on Black Adam is absolutely crazy to a ridiculous extent when he is dissolved of his powers, to say the least. But at the same time, I think that the all-around purpose of this movie is just for The Rock to have a big selling, big blockbuster movie. It's not anything of too big, grand essence. The Rock, aka Black Adam, right, is just a very dull character in the end. Like, his journey trying to become a hero and honor his son is kind of interesting, but I don't think it's very well done. At least in court. In conclusion, I think it's kind of respectable, but it's not the best done. The villain's obviously, I think, kind of trash, but at least is in some way kind of smart to become an avatar of devils. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of cool. Sabak isn't that cool, but at least there's some interest. I think Dr. Fate's death is a big waste of character. I know other people could play the character by record of like, oh, it's a mantle, but first appearance and he dies, and not even in a more compelling way. Like, there's a guy that critiques Black Adam and explains the better shit of like Namor in comparison, because like I'm gonna be maybe making some people mad when I say this, but there's a lot of reasons why I like Namor in comparison. So there's a reason to exist for that. But simply put, bro, like, I feel like Namor is a better anti-hero than Black Adam. And I think Namor is also like an anti-villain in truth. But even with all that, I think it still is all around a little bit better than Hulk in some aspects. And does do a lot of instant credit of shit. And I do think, like, Amon and the mother and all these are credited people. And for the most part, Kondak as a place is interesting. It's just the fact that it isn't given enough life to make me really care in the grandstand, and the history is a little bit weirdly tight knit together. I feel like if they showcased us, his origin in full effect to the extent of what happened, there partially could have been a bigger influx of interest. But that's just me. Doctor Strange, though, is the epitome of mid. Is a great wonder of pros and a great wonder of cons. Okay, to me, Doctor Strange is not that interesting of a protagonist to me in concept, but I think for what they do, it's interesting. I do like his like reform arc and pushing to be better and things like that. Like, I think he has a lot of too much elongated stretch of character talk and this that is a little bit unneeded to me. But the cinematography, the Ancient One, the villain is not interesting at all. And Dormammu, showing up and all that, that's a little bit cool, but he's not the best person. I think it's a waste of an actor. To me, it's because that motherfucker, I wanted to play Doctor Doom, whoever the actor is. I feel like that motherfucker should play Doctor Doom, to be honest. But we're not going to talk about that. And like a little sync of like some interesting choreography, fighting, and boast of this and this is kind of interesting. But I think how Doctor Strange deals with Dormammu and as a character and his growth and his plane of being such a distinctful out of the box hero and making it be so cool is that, and the movie's just cool. I mean, I feel like it's in a way probably the best overarching set of written thing out of this entire tier here, but that's just that. Now, for cool at the bottom, we got Black Lightning. Had a very dope concept and interesting traits and tales of this and this and this. It just kind of fell back and down because of the fact that when the CW's trash, its interestingness of a TV show and capability, right, is a better version of what Luke Cage does to me, where season 1 had great fondness, taste, and intrigue. The soundtrack mixture with it is very cool. The fact they gave an underrated rapper known as God Holly the chance to actually do great things with music and or this and even acting is interesting to me. I think it has a lot of charm and passion to it, but the fact that some characters kind of started getting a little bit annoying. It didn't really have a fine line set. I feel like it didn't really have a plan, right, as a series. Um, you know, that stupid ass change of actress in the middle of one of the seasons didn't make sense. I feel like a lot of reasons to be mad at Jefferson, aka Black Lightning, is not all full fledged reasonable in the mixed case thing. I do like a lot of characters. I do like a lot of potential setups, and I love this version of Tobias well. I mean, I think he's like a very great villain. I like him. I like a lot of aspects with it, but Black Lightning just fell deeply off this because I feel like it doesn't have much substance matter in the Arrowverse, to say the least. But don't get me wrong, Black Lightning's still cool. That's why I put it here, and I do think like with everything that it has, it is like betterly written than almost all of this with the villains, characters, dilemmas, trials and errors, instant adaptation of the mythos, and Black Lightning's just cool. So, yeah, simple as that. Next, we got Doom Patrol. I haven't watched all of it. I watched season 1, and it has a lot of cool creative characters and shit. It's not really my thing, but from my last memory of it, it does do a lot of deeper, underlining, grander gravitas of making these characters, of a lot of dark origins, feel very charming and unique. I don't like their version of Cyborg. I don't even like Cyborg being in this show. What is being said, it's because he wasn't on the Doom Patrol. I understand Beast Boy couldn't work because of budget reasons. Cyborg can, but I don't like the fact that he's in this show. He kind of looks a little bit too cheap, but it's kind of understandable in the fact that, like, he really just don't need to be in this show. It's that simple. And the fact that it's a little bit too small form of Doom Patrol to me personally, and it's not really trying to be a true, like, the comic book Doom Patrol. It's trying to take the dark matter of shit with these characters and build them off of that, basically representing a show of people taking their tragedy and becoming triumph off of it, which is still beautiful. But if I want to be honest, not really a superhero show, but in comparison with the writing, characters, details, villains, or plot lines, yeah, I would say it's better. Then we have the Superman animated series. I think it's pretty peak for Superman, but I think it kind of falls back with the fact that it's a little bit too episodic, which is kind of surprising. It doesn't do that much. A little bit too long. I feel like everything it's trying to do with Batman doesn't work because they don't really touch on Superman's true character to the most busting extent. He gets very much like adapted way better in Justice League, surprisingly, but yeah, that's all we have to say about him. Ghost Rider 1 with Nicolas Cage again carrying in it. The fact that it's a beautiful adaptation of Ghost Rider, does a lot of interesting stuff with his mythos, and portrays a lot of cool shit, not just in the characters and the vibe and means and shit. It's very cool to me. Very action, soundtrack, direction, and is all around cool and different shit, right? And I really do like, how a lot of it is done. I just fuck with it. That's all I gotta say. Next, we have Iron Man 3, right? Iron Man 3 in full. It's because, like, hold up, let me make this clear because if anybody wants to make, I'm not saying it's perfect. Like, it just works. Like, it's cool. It's being said because this is basically, because, like, this is the basically C, this is the B, this is the A. So this is pretty bussin' movies. The villain, pace, and maybe CGI. I don't really have that much problems from my memory. It ain't a perfect film, but it works. Iron Man 3, same shit. Like, I think it has an interesting concept. I think Iron Man is very bussin' in this film. I think a lot of what the core aspect of this movie and what it's going for is very definedly done. It's just the fact that the Mandarin, even though this version of him is not terrible, Like, by concept, it's not the Mandarin. And the fact that Iron Man will never face one of his most iconic villains in the comics, I don't like that. I don't hate it. I didn't hate it by definition when it came out, but I was definitely disappointed to me. I thought the movie was mid, but I think it has a lot of cool aspects. I think it showcases a lot of cool shit about Tony. I think he uses a lot of shit that I don't think he will ever be able to unfortunately use, in his movies. And I think Iron Man as a whole in this movie and aspects, relationship with Pepper and this and this and this is pretty interesting. And I think there's a lot of solid bussin' things in it. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a very pretty good movie. I think it's watchable. I think it's bussin'. I think it shows great character about Tony, and I like it. That's all I have to really say. Which is kind of ironic saying that, talking about Thor next. Thor, the God of Thunder. I think it's a very amazing, charming movie. I think it has a lot of bussin' aspect. I think the character development for Thor in this movie is dope. I really would like if Thor would keep being like this. I feel like Thor was on the right track for the most part until they decided to make him be a very goofy, spontaneous, weird character. Don't get me wrong, Thor's movies and maybe even Thor's character title from had problems, but I feel like this Thor is a solid reform, coming to a better means version. I think his character development is fuego. I love Odin. I love Heimdall. I love Loki as an antagonist. I love a lot of the key playing aspects of it. New Mexico is not the best environment for this, but I like it. I think Destroyer, unfortunately, is like missed opportunity, but I do like how he was used for the most part. I don't hate Thor's friends, but they're not that interesting, especially because I don't like Thor being with Jane Foster. And I know that's a thing here and there in the comics, but I do think that Sif and Thor's relationship is way better, and the fact they didn't have that be a thing, I didn't like it. I don't really like Jane Foster in these movies, not because, she's not entirely good. I don't really like her acting, because I don't really think the actress for Jane Foster is a very good actress, right? I don't want to just quote Cosmonaut, but I do believe and agree that I think she holds back something every time in her performance. It's not anything of flair. I think some of the human characters are not that interesting. I think Carson is cool. I think the only problems I would say is like pace, not enough showcasing of Laufey, right? But the intro to the movie is beautiful. And I don't know, Asgard could have more life to it. I guess like Thor 2 tried to do that, but I don't think they did it good because they need to get more actors. I mean, like, I know Thor has a very large family. He's a Norse god and all that, but I think Thor's mythos is not used right in Marvel. Like, with the Marvel Cinematic Universe in Pacific. Like, I don't know. There's a little bit of shit like that. I don't have much more to say. I also like him wearing his helmet. I know he said and it looks uncomfortable, but it's just a reasonable nitpick to me. Like, wear your fucking helmet, please. Like, why not? He never wore it again. Like, why not? Make a helmet that fits better. Like, y'all give this nigga a CGI helmet. Give him a helmet that's literally Gladiator reformed, but y'all won't give him his iconic helmet? Come on now. Like, what? What are we doing? Stop. It is what it is. Now, Avengers 1, I think it's pretty good. All around the fine and busting a lot of his core stuff. It is very corny, to say the least, but I think the interactions with characters, the character development, the characters' responses and interactions are good. I think Loki is a decent, fine antagonist. I think, some characters have some better move of this and this, but it's still cool. I like the interactions and feel of the characters, you know what I'm saying? And I do think that it, even though it's corny as fuck, it is still pretty surprisingly funny and does have some in-depth bussin' things with it. And I do think it's likable. I do think it's very bussin'. I think, Coulson's death / Carson. I don't know if it's like Carson? Or is it Carson Coulson? I don't know. Where his name is. His death does actually hold some meaning. Even though, like, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., I put in, like, don't know, some question marks that I don't care for. But a little bit I've seen of it, even though I only watch it for Ghost Rider, right? I do have a little bit of personal connection because I do like the actor. And Carson / Coulson has some instant shit. But yeah. Next we have Blue Beetle. Solid movie. I think it's a good movie by being the technically first introduction movie into the new DCU with Jaime, aka Blue Beetle, being a fine protagonist, some fine interesting shit. The opposite Scarab dude is a cool villain, but the main villain, I think she's just a basic racist woman. She has nothing of a credit of actual depthness or substance. I think there's great charisma. I think there's cool fight scenes. I think there's cool plot dilemma. I think there's a lot of interesting shit with it. I think Blue Beetle has potential to be one of the biggest life fueling characters, and I definitely think that it's a very defined movie with a lot of stuff. Like, I think the only problem is, like, I don't know, greater, like, look into this and this of his character, but he's such a compelling character. His family is actually pretty unique. There's an argument for, like, how can his family be so good and banger with, hands and be so prone to do, like, very random, ambiguous levels of badassery. Like, don't get me wrong, his grandma having experience in different, like, wars and shit, I'm kind of mixed leeway with that, and I kind of can ignore that. It doesn't matter. But then his, like, rest of his family be able to body people with a shit that they haven't tested or used to the best extent, even with the fucking daughter of Tech Cord by their side, is kind of weird. There's also a mix of, like, I don't know, like, them bodying trained soldiers so easily. It's, like, too gimmicky. Like, it's prone to be, like, the most basic, booming, wild, like, delirious opening of, like, fighting and potential. And, again, it just kind of makes tingle in the brain of, like, hold up, wait a minute. My slower is, like, these niggas too blatantly plot armored a little bit to a half crack of an extent. And then the racism or the type of talks of this and this with it is not necessarily unrealistic or not, interested, but it's not really stinging of any, like, greater grandstand, like, credit of, like, unique shit. Like, it's not, I don't know, like, really necessary. Like, it's not anything that's gonna plunge the movie into the depths of ass or pillar it like a rocket, like, stand right to the most highest credit of accomplishing something in a movie. The movie is just cool, has a great deal of prose, has some cool emotion, has some cool in-depthness, and even though it deprives some of my more case of, like, likable aspects to Blue Beetle's character, not necessarily like it's a deform or detangle of, like, what makes him who he is. Like, it doesn't downgrade, him. Some of the more interesting and very unique original plays of his character, like, I don't know, the Scarab having a voice and a gender, I don't like that. I like the fact that it has, a unique system predicated off the back of it being a living weapon and not a person, not a symbiotic relationship that's a little bit robotic. I like the value of the fact that, Jaime, even with all of his, great pros as a character and cons and things like that to make himself be good, him not having control of the Scarab and needing to, slowly have to build a bond to the Scarab to control it. It's something I feel like it could have been better showcased in this. But again, it's partially mixed nitpicks, not anything a true proud really needing to divulge, the movie's goodness to being, back of adapting to the greatest crisp means and cocking of, the most greatest inspiration on these and these parts. So a little shit that doesn't divulge, the movie of its goodness, like I said, and doesn't deprive it of its all around, like, cool essence. It's all around a slapping, engaging, and crazy, loving movie, and definitely a movie for the fam. And I think it's probably, pretty defente. It's pretty nice, Kaiser's touch, you know what I'm saying? And if Blue Beetle's good, I think that gives a lot of great credibility and the hope for Superman to be good. Superman ain't good, we only getting Batman movies until the sun explode, bro. It's that simple, bro. But yeah, anyway, Justice League Crisis on Two Earths, I think is very astonishingly busting. I think it's a cool anime movie that represents two sides of two coins of possibilities and ideals. With Owlman's insanity taking Batman's ingenuity and smartness to the most crazy extent, Ultraman taking all his blessings and being a literal curse to the world, but not in an evil Superman way, but just being a calm man, manipulator, fake man, bitch nigga, all that shit. And then Superwoman just being every nightmare of what someone like Diana has in mind, being a great adaptation of the comic, and at the same time just having a lot of dope stuff, fight scenes, characters, direction, feel. This it's very beautiful how it's done, and I like it. It's very dope. Now in this next tier, if I still have it being shown to think, yep, here's good. This is supposed to be the case of the surrogate, I guess you could say, B tier. That's cool. Arguably had a should be in that. Cool, I would just say, as it stands, is like a more keen of greater C. But good is like shit that is pretty fucking good to the most hilarious extent. Like, these are straight gas, slap, unbelievably timeless peak, bro, and whole potential. And this is gonna where you have the most gourmet selection of shit, right? Of movies of all different type, superhero, animated version, all that shit. So I'm gonna get a little bit more comfortable with my big chick because I'm so thing. It's a very long thing. This being said, and niggas have some water. Had to talk for a great minute, and basically this video feels like streaming. And again, giving more cool this chair because I'm in a whole long recording thing, and I'm in the greatest fool of it. I'm in a very long recording thing for a very long time. Every time I'm recording something technically, but it's never been this long. And anytime I'm streaming, it's never been to this audacity. This video is possibly pushing like 3 hours long. And, I appreciate anyone who watched this to the fullest. So I just want to say I thank you. I'm probably not going to do this ever again, especially depending on the reception. But, yeah, that's pretty much all I can say. But to get into it, again, I'm sign the chair, as we get more into this. And this is where we get to the great plethora of busting. I'm going to explain a lot. This, again, is where we get into movies that have every credibility on being very star-good movies that you could say have problems, but don't necessarily have big problems. And you have TV shows that are like the peakest of peak for a multitude of reasons. So let's go and start with the bottom of good. Having Static Shock. Superhero Static Shock. You know what I'm saying? Is a lovely cartoon. Beautiful black TV show. Beautiful in essence. Beautiful to the mythos. And reformed and adapted a character of the most obscure essence and really took this nigga off in the most supernova explosion of gourmet substance matter and tale of character. And I will die a happy man if we get a Static Shock movie in live action or animated. Give my nigga Virgil the respect he deserves. Fuck nigga. Alright, it's that simple. And we have Punisher of the MCU. Even though there's an argument that the show does not full-fledged go full balls deep into a flourish of the character, as unfortunately he was obviously canceled, aka like he only got 2 seasons. He's coming back in Daredevil Born Again, so hopefully he should be good. And obviously Daredevil set up a lot of stuff with him, and obviously I love him more in Daredevil, right? Punisher, right, is a very defined show and represent his character and a different version of him. But him being a reluctant Punisher kind of devalues a lot of what makes Punisher so unique. And he's not the type of anti-hero that is so very gray and unique on the means of what it is. But the fact that it is such a brutal, unique, lovely, defined, and very creatively defining case of thing on the Punisher's reception. Like, John Bernthal is the best Punisher of live action to me, without a doubt. He reckons his character in so many beautiful, fine cases of ways. And it's so fucking remarkable the stand that this man Punisher has been in. Right? As a character. Not just in the slow form of the MCU, but across the board. And this show delivering on all those essences. But besides, arguable comic book adaptation being weird, Season 2, even though being likable, having kind of thrusting into aspects of his character that is not really him. like they made up almost a lot of shit in this show, but they kind of created it in a way that was a still very strong, like, take of his character. Like, they still were tight knit on all the, like, layers of his characters. It's not, to me, like, really, really good Punisher, but it's the goodest Punisher we're gonna get, to say the least. But yeah, next we have Gen V, right? Gen V, man, is a very surprisingly and very well done show as a prequel to The Boys season 4. I think it takes a lot of great aspects of The Boys, has great character development, interesting characters, some charisma, some charm, has decent form of fights or, you know, conflicts. The only problem I would say is like a little bit of rush aspects of it, like some chemistry involving like love between, like, I don't know, like Marie and Jordan could have been better, right? I think we could have got more of Golden Boy, this and this and this person. There's an argument that even though Golden Boy was reasonably fucked mentally, could have, you know, went about things more strategically for his better means. But to be fair, I think there's an argument you can never be mentally sound with the things that he went through, right? I think there could have been greater screen time or a bigger evolve of character with other people. I think the point of Kadoken, the point of a lot of things, introduction of different characters, introduction of Tech Knight was very goodly done. And then there's the credit of, like, you know, obviously, you know, the case of the dilemma of the soups, the soup virus, coming to other shit, the fucking disgusting but funny cameo Soldier Boy was beautiful. How Jensen Ackles says all that shit is crazy, with that being said. And, you know, a lot of interesting stellar shit. The fact that Maria, I think it's a very well done character. And, you know, even though there's some arguments, they could stop a lot of mixed bag lives from being taken, even though a lot of them get saved for a great deal and there's not as many casualties as you would think. I think it's like the fact that, yeah, that's true, but, you know, you could have done more. I think, like, the mystery part of the show is cool, but it's not the main selling thing with it. I think it's a little bit too simple. It's because they kind of show a little bit too much, but I think it's still good. And I think it's just a wave of a lot of cool stuff, because the actor that plays the character Dre, Chance, rest in peace to him. He died in a motorcycle accident. Such a defiant actor, man. May God bless his soul, for real, dog. Big ups, you know what I'm saying? He's super bussin' in this show. And I think it's mainly the acting and the core fact that this show does a lot of building in the world. Like, I think it's pretty much just a little good, like, snack and meal at the same time. Like, this is the type of shit that you would sneak into the movie theater and it just make the experience so much more better. You know what I'm saying? Until we get to season 4, which, again, even though I do think it is a good setup to it, season 4 definitely kind of pulled back on some things I was expecting. Don't get me wrong, I'm going to tell y'all where I put The Boys. It should be obvious where I put The Boys. But this is where I put Gen V. This is why I think it's a little bit better than The Punisher. Yeah, no, I'll kiss to that shit. Again, all peak shit, regardless. But next we have Iron Man. Iron Man, the animated series, a.k.a. Armored Adventures. Basically, Iron Man in the style of Spectacular Spider-Man, but gave great deal of adaptive quality to not just Tony, to the Marvel Universe, and embraced, you know, every aspect of cool, intricate adaptation of the most slapping, defying characters of not just Marvel to the full extent. Now, there's some ways of it that I feel like could have been done better. Like, I don't know, the fact that obviously it got canceled, so we couldn't see it in full, right? And hold up, let me get this chair. It's been sick. It feels like 3 minutes. It was 6:18 by the time I'm full recording this, PM to be exact. I'm recording in it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, kind of a little bit. I guess the overarching, you know, grand creative world building that it could have had and been delivered with in part of a sense. The 3D animation is cool, but sometimes kind of looks a little bit too like flat-footed. Even though there's a lot of cool stuff, and I love a lot of the versions of people like the Mandarin. The relationship Tony has with Pepper and Rhodey is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I think kind of pours in a weird mix of shit. I think there's an argument to say that like I don't like some versions of the characters like Hulk, Captain America, a little bit because they're a little bit too like simple, but I think they're like fine. But I still think it's very good. From the legacy, it's staying, and the fact that it does a lot of peak shit. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just beautiful how it's done. Next, we have Invincible. Now, I know this seemed like a wild thing to put Invincible, a show that's not finished. Obviously, I have X-Men 97, and technically Peacemaker's here too. But listen, we're only putting them here by what has been shown, and I do think it's very good. Now, Invincible, I know some people think it's not that peak, but to me, I think it is because, first of all, it is one of at least not the greatest modern way of like repping a comic book to the greatest foundation to where it arguably has some better arguable parts of the whole mythos done way better, right? Like, there's an argument that Invincible staying so much more higher and intricate on how to do a comic book adaptation than anything. It's arguably the greatest modern adaptation of a comic book. It does arguably greater stuff than the comic book itself. The animation from season 1 and everything in that is good from start to finish. Only problem is Amber. Season 2 feels a little bit thriller. It has a lot of going on, but it goes along with a very clean mix. I think the Viltrumite shit is very interesting. I think the character development and the greater deep dives of this and this and this interesting. I think season 3, right now, even though I haven't peaked episode 5, you have to renew my subscription for season 3, right? Slash, the case of, Prime in general. It is very good, and I think it has potential to be one of and or be one of the most peak selling, profound, cracked case of production of a superhero project to ever do it. I don't think it's going to be the GOAT. I don't think it's going to be grandest of all, but it can move from good to be where I put the greatest fucking superhero TV shows and movies of all time. It's that fucking good. And hypothetical potential. I don't think it's going to get there anytime soon right now, because obviously we're in its beginning stages, because this show, because of the time running and the fact that, I ain't gonna lie, I feel like it shouldn't be Thursday when the episodes come out, even though we have only, in this case, 3 episodes left of season 3, from episode 6, 7, 8, all that bullshit. I think hypothetically if this show goes on for 8 to 10 seasons, because that's how long I feel like the comic should reasonably be adapted for, even though that's pretty fucking long. It's like Ben 10 levels of long, depending on the case, right? It can be peak. I think we can do wonders with this show, is what I feel like they always have shown. And Mark, as a protagonist, and just everything about the show, regardless of the little cons, pros, and this thing, is definitely going to show out. And I believe that it's doing that. At the end of the day, Invincible is invincible, baby. So it is what it is, man. It's going to be peak to me. And X-Men 97 is pretty much the same shit. It's a great sequel to the original X-Men series. And there's a lot of defined case of shit with it. And it has a lot of great strengths in it. But to its credit, obviously it's in its first season. I think there's reasonable critique about Rogue and some steps that they took with, representing this. I don't like Wolverine's voice actor. I don't like some pull of this and this and this. Not just an adaptation of the mythos, but this and this and this in comparison to, the original show. But I think it has a lot more pros. I think the cinematography, aka the action, and the voice acting as a whole is peak, and I can't wait to see more X-Men Marvel Rivals. It's that simple, man. And the X-Men original show, the 90s, same thing. Only problem is, like, too much, I guess, of everything. Cause it's a little bit too much. Kind of strays a little bit from, like, what the core is, but I do think it's very good. Peacemaker is here because of the fact that it reformed the hype build with not just taking a character from the Suicide Squad and doing them marvelously, but also doing a lot of greater essence of something for a superhero show in a while. I feel like it was the first turn of events for people to be like, we're not tired of superheroes. We're tired of bad superhero things. I do think it's that good. I can understand why some people might think Peacemaker is not better than the X-Men show and X-Men 97, but I think Peacemaker does a lot with its actual writing. Peacemaker, aka Chris, its plot lines, its villains. I think it's one of the most unique shows. I really love a lot of the soundtrack and the feel. I think the only major problem I have about it is like the comedy. Like, I ain't gonna lie, they kind of overplay some shit in this show, but to me, I think it's all around pretty fucking good. And that's really the only reason that, like, I think you could maybe put it less. I didn't necessarily, like, dang near critique. It's just, oh, comedy. That's really it, but that's subjective. That's not a very, mixed bag objective point. But yeah, that's just me. Smallville is here because even though it is a kind of discount DC universe, in some aspect, is one of the greatest adaptations of DC Comics, with still being to the heart and core of DC's characters. It is beautiful, massively better than a lot of shit, and Smallville is one of, if not the best, arguable DC universe in live action and animation. The only possible one is obviously the one stepping up more. But it's only because of how much great form of legacy it's laid. But I ain't gonna lie, it ain't beating these other goats, to be honest. But we have Spider-Man the 90s show. This says a great deal of a lot of Spider-Man mythos, recognizability, design of, Spider-Man in this is obviously clean A from the comics. He showed great inspiration on multiple accounts. I love the voice acting. I love a lot of iconic things in, the show. And it was a lot of people's childhood, and obviously I have a little bit of bias and nostalgia. This is one of my childhoods. I'm a late 90s baby, and this is one of the most biggest things of it. So, yeah, that's pretty much where it is. But Justice League is a great foundation to an ongoing, greater, malevolent DC universe, and it's very peak in, like, multiple halves of, like, what makes things what they are. So, to me, that is really the core and grandstand reason for why, it is where it's at. It's just one of the most peakest, grade A pillars of busting, as a whole show. Now, next, we have the original Fantastic Four. With the original Fantastic Four as one great charm character, as a decent setup of Doctor Doom. I don't think it's the best version, and same time, I don't think it's the best one-way setup to just being down to the core evil and unreasonable for no reason. Like, I understand if Doctor Doom, has been through a freak show accident and all this kind of shit, but he doesn't have a good build-up and stark contrast of intrigue of villainy. I feel like there hasn't been any adaptation of Doctor Doom in live action, and for a great deal, except for one, which I think is like Earth's Mightiest Avengers, that's actually done him right, unfortunately. But I still think the movie at its core is very good, has a great deal of busting played into it, you know what I'm saying? I think it's one of the most peak case of movies, of comic books. I think the Fantastic Four does feel like a family. It has a great deal of busting ordeal in it. I think it is a very interesting case of, movie in all of its greater cores. I love how it is. I love each version of these characters, even though they could have a lot more substance matter to them, like Susan Storm. I think Ben is fine. Obviously, Human Torch is the GOAT. And Reed Richards, I don't know, he could have a lot more layers to him. I think he's a very, like, whatever and out character. He doesn't have a lot more bust to his character, you know what I'm saying? He's not a greater, prolific and intriguing, type of man of all different aspects, like how he is in the comics, you know what I'm saying? He's a greater version of comic book accurate, Ant-Man, and he flaunts science and tech and all these big brain things, but he still has great humanity concealed in it and doesn't let that devour his time, you know what I'm saying? And he does work to be more of a family man and be a very fantastic superhero. But, yeah, X-Men 2, because obviously X-Men 3 Last Stand is like down the bottom. Most X-Men 1 as in the case of this X-Men 2. This really steps it up from character development, fight scenes, villain, feel, direction. I love a lot of the dialogue. I think it's kind of illegal for a movie to be this dummy whopper better, and then the fucking rest of the movies for a great deal are kind of cheeks. But yeah, like that is a very, bussin' movie right there. It is stardom's in comparison. And I love the family connection. Only problem is, like, I don't know, some better adaptation, some characters, writing. I wish Nightcrawler was more in it, because my god, that intro is peak hands right there with him. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Iron Man 1, the start of the MCU, peak delivery of Iron Man. I love the character development, fight scenes, charisma, symbolic purpose. I think that the evilness of Jeff Bridges is not very ornate on any back logic, right? Like, it's not any actual absolve of true credence. Like, he's a corrupt businessman, but he tries doing so many defile of, like, one's being to jack one's company and pull the most wild things just because. There's not really any big stinging core reason. It's because he just kind of goes more like a mad lad, and blatant is like a fucking doorknob of a human being. There's nothing to crack a sense of greater essence and personality of. But I think even with that, I do like the fight scenes. I do like the way things go with Tony. I do like, his character arc and him revealing himself proudly with great love, and, what I'm saying, going into his character from the stance of the fact that he's changed from being an asshole that mouth run like a fucking motorboat, but then proceeding to still be an asshole and run his mouth like a motorboat, but with great solace, humbleness, saluting to greater values. And I am Iron Man, played by Black Sabbath. They didn't need to do that for us, but they did. And that's peak, bro. Ultimate peak, grade A nigga. Jarvis, solo walk the team. Face up, I don't know. Like, it's just a very busted movie. I think that's the only problem. Its villain just doesn't have any true worth in being a villain. RoboCop 2, a great sequel. Still stays true to, the cores of the symbol of hope for Detroit. And is still, a peak classic splash of all the most peak essence of great gourmet shit for, a movie. And I really do think that, it gives the same essence of Iron Man, but it just has a little bit of better stuff, in my opinion, like action, gore, drama, surprising, compelling acting. Not on the same exact level as like Robbie Downey Jr., but it kind of like sticks most heftily because of the pure fact that it's broad scale, a sense of like superhero movie is very interesting. It's more like a character study, So that's why I think it's very good. And that's something I'm going to talk about more when we get to the top of this, whenever we do. But yeah, Deadpool 1, simple, beautiful adaptation, beautiful story, emotional to a mixed stitch. There's a great deal of compellingness and nuance to his character. This reform and added to new depths, change in his character is still so stylily defined and coming together. I think he is a very saucy character like no other seen before. This is a true anti-hero filled to the bone with the most gripping, pure gold status. And, we can talk about how, like, Ajax and the third act not being as super detailed writing thing, I guess. Like, I don't really see it being, like, a problem that Ajax is a very, like, bland villain, because he just fits the stereotype of most different, mustache-twirling villains. But I think it's everything else in it that works. And, like, I guess the X-Men can have more nuance to them, but so you put, they don't got the budget. It's only 2 fucking X-Men in this bitch. It is what it is. But, yeah, that's it. Deadpool 2 is the same thing. It just adds more with, like, okay, Juggernaut, Cable. I like the technical purpose of the movie, trying to stop a villain from becoming a villain, and he's truly not a true villain, with this being Axel, right? And I like a lot of it in the grandstand. I mean, they're kind of the same movie, just a different perk. But yeah, that's pretty much it to me. Then you have Captain America, the First Avenger, beautiful Sansa movie. I think Red Skull could be a lot more endearing, but it's still a very defined case of, antagonist for what he is doing. I think the use of the Space Stone is fine. I think the core character of Captain America is dope. I think it's a very underappreciated film. I don't think it's pyramid. I think it could do a lot more greater essence of this and this and this and this and this. But I think it actually has so much great flavor and bastion of humanity and solemnness and passion that it makes it worth your while in almost every case of the way, right? And yeah, I just feel like it's a very dope, interesting film, and has a lot of more heart of gold essence than like a lot of other MC films. As sorry for the getting a little bit tired of the mix, of course, with this. It's being put, like I just said, has a lot more heart than some of these like main character full films. You know what I'm saying? As I say it like that, because when I say this, I mean in the case of these movies that are strictly about one person, right, and not about the person with a deeper record of shit. And I feel like Captain America, Steve Rogers, caught a little bit more hefty, building upon the type of standards that would be set in stone later on. Like, he was the movie that walked so other niggas could run, kind of. I mean, he's the first event. It's Captain America. And it, again, has a lot more light than some of them MCU films. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. RoboCop is just Captain America, the first Avenger, but a little bit more dark and gripping. Also complex. And I think the main villain, even though he is another just slimy fuck nigga, I think it's kind of realistic for the time in Detroit. So I just feel like it's a little bit better. That's really all I have to say. I mean, acting, action, design, RoboCop as a character, everything's just good to me. And, yeah, that's all I really have to say, that being said. Next, we have Joker, right? Joker is a very mixed bag of being a normal traditional superhero film, but to its greatest credit, I think it's here because it does what it's trying to do so definedly and intriguingly, and it is one of the best superhero like parodies and mental analyzation film. It's all about the psychology of the Joker and his down cry into the greatest depths of self-flaming. And I think it's so uniquely done that it kind of spices the bar way heavier than anyone else, and it's definitely, surprisingly, I think one of the best DC films. I mean, the Joker is just pretty gourmetly put together in form. So, yeah, pretty much it, to say the least. But I will say the only possible critique I could have is that they try to make Joker be way too tied to the Batman, and like little crickling of like the Joker having a little bit too much need to play mental gymnastics, literally and figuratively, with the character. But I mean, I think it's finally made. It's because I think it's supposed to just be more symbolic of something deeper. But it is what it is. Next, we have the Batman. Or no, I'm saying called Batman like exactly, but I mean, I guess it's for a title reference. We have Batman versus Team of the Turtles, aka Batman versus TMT, iconic story in the comics. And next to me, Batman, you know what I'm saying, on the case of, Robert Pattinson and other Picaver, I think this is a beautiful, definte, glorious representation of Batman and the Bat family, but also credit the fact that next to 2003 being the best adaptation of TMT, I think this movie gives us a great, defined, full-fledged, to the bone, beautiful fuck of nothing but heat for TMT. Great character models, great character representation, beautiful case of chemistry with Batman, combat, hands, action, gourmet delivery, bro. I'm talking this shit is the most sweet taste. It will make your ass drown in feelings you never felt, my nigga. Like, we eating scrumptious beyond compare with this shit. This shit is succulent. Pause. This shit is busting. Alright? And that's just how great this shit is crafted together and made. You feel me? But next, further, chopping block of all these movies, with this being said, y'all see what it is. We have Batman Assault on Arkham. It is truly just a Suicide Squad movie. And surprisingly, I would say it's like the second best Suicide Squad movie, unironically. It's really not a true Batman movie. It took place in the Arkhamverse, but now it's retcon, so it's contradicted to the fullest case, and it's truly non-canon, right, for a multitude of reasons. But simply put, as its own thing, it works as a great case of adaptation of the Arkham games. Great record of Suicide Squad movie. Great tie together efforts and representing the Suicide Squad in a more down-to-earth, but still very much comic booky way. Like, from, the perspective of being in the Arkham games universe, I think it delivers a great deal on its shit. But even if it wasn't, I think it does so beautifully on all efforts of, being a very defined, crafted together superhero movie of all exchanges. It does its job wonderful. And even with like a version of King Shark that isn't accurate to the comics, it's still a beautiful version of him because it still feels like him. They did my nigga dirty though in the end, but he's still beautifully done and shit. But hold up, this nigga is a kind of like on and off person on the channel. Is over here inviting me to a party. I'm gonna go ahead and join him from my phone like shit, and we gonna go ahead and have this man in here. And ask this man to go ahead and invite me. Right? So hold on, give me a second. This is kind of like a live stream in the flesh activity. I mean, I think it's arguably better if I would have live streamed this, but listen, we're gonna fall all the way, though. So sure. Hold on. Yeah. Put a chair in it. Year. Hold on. Computer cam and everything all good. So that gives us. You. Alright. Unironically, I'm in the middle of doing that tier list video. You all on this camera right now. Want to say something? Yeah, that's the boy himself, chat. So, gotta be racist, bro. Like, I give him a chance to call something out, say something funny, and he don't add it up, bro. This is why there are more black comedians. Plus, I'm not. Nigga about to go off too much. No, I'm playing right now. It's stupid. But no, the tier list I'm doing is every superhero movie and TV show ranked from, worst to best. I'm on the good tier right now, and I just got done finishing one of the movies. I'm going to keep going, and I guess you can, like, co-commentate in it. Yeah, kind of. Like, I got technically 3 tiers to go. I'm on the 3rd one right now. Should full come on church up like shit for this thing, because basically I'm recording this whole video.
The entire Guardian trilogy at peak.
I mean, he's not wrong, but it is what it is. It's a little spoiled, y'all. This bitch ass nigga. Come on, chair. Go recording it. So here we go. Next movie and good. We have Batman: Gotham by Gaslight. If you're a fan of horror stuff and more intriguing Batman stories that take Batman to his detective, horror, and deep soiled by the crime of crimes activity, you'll love it. Plus, it's literally Batman versus Jack the Ripper. Take my money. Take my money. Listen, the comics are good. I heard there was going to be an Arkham-style game, an adaptation of, like, the comics, and I think it does a decent, adaptation of it. I think it's actually better than the comics, full and through, but I think it's very, defined and beautiful. I think the only problem is, like, Maybe the logic set on one. I don't know. Catwoman being a little bit too aggressive to Batman. And I don't know. Like, here's the thing. Some people might have a problem with it. And some people might think it's a contradiction. But to me personally, I don't think it's bad that Jack the Ripper's reasons for being what he is. Which I won't spoil who Jack the Ripper is. It might be obvious. Obviously, like you've read the comics, or like you could just think like, who would be Jack the Ripper in the DC universe main core to Gotham? But I don't have a problem with his reason just being dubious insanity. You know what I'm saying? Like, him having dubious insanity is not a problem to me. Plus, in real life, no one knows like Jack the Ripper did what he did. All you have is guesses. You can't sometimes rationalize evil or mental illness. But the difference is the worth for being mentally ill. They give us reasons why he's mentally ill. They give us understanding. It's also like, that's the only real problem for me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that all these other movies are here, right? Then, like, to me, it's mainly by the fact that it could never be that good. Because let me make this clear, because I obviously made it clear at the start of the video, and I appreciate anyone who's been, watching this video to this length, right? Probably like almost 4 hours in this bitch. But listen, bro, like, the thing is with these motherfuckers is that these movies are so good that they're almost like pushing 10 out of 10s. But the difference is with good, because you guys see Bussin', let me make this clear, and the top tiers, they're basically movies that sit between 8 to 9 something, kind of something like that. And I mean that in the record of comparison. The tier before was Cool, right? And Cool, I have a stick between being credibility being like a 7, 8, maybe you could say 8 something. It's the same thing. These movies is 8 something something, 9 something something, dang near pushing 10 something something. Then the Bussin' is the same shit, 9 something something, but a higher 9 something something. Then they get to 10 and dang near perfection. Then the peak movies, yeah, those are masterpieces. Okay, that's not even an argument. There's no decline. There's no pride. There's no pullback on that shit, bro. Those movies, high crack tier of bussin'. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear it. But anyway, next movie. We have Teen Titans Trouble in Tokyo. A bussin' conclusion. The Teen Titans and hypothetical. It's a great, representation of the future teamwork and capabilities of the Titans. I think that's an interesting concept. I love Tokyo. I love all the places that they're shown in there. I love the animation. I love that it feels more like an anime movie than a normal DC animated movie. I love, obviously, the end with, Robin getting with Starfire. That has been built up for 5 seasons, which is kind of crazy. And I love that if we're not going to get a 6th season of original Teen Titans, at least we have that. So I'm happy about that. The only problem is, like, it's kind of short. Psychotech could be a more deeper valued villain. And, fucking forgot his name. But the archetype of the villain that I'm talking about is a fucking switch up villain. Like, he's a trick villain. But he's obvious. Like, he's the good guy at first. I'm the villain. Waha. Like, it's corny. It's obvious. I don't see the purpose in it. Like, don't get me wrong. It's still good. It's just, it's not that, good. But it's not trying to put it down or deprive it of its good. Next, we have Avengers Age of Ultron. There's a lot of things in this movie that I feel like are reasonable to be critiqued. I don't hate this version of Ultron. I used to. It's only the fact that I feel like he'd be more interesting. I feel like he's wasted potential. I don't like that he cracks as much jokes, but I do think that his concept of being the rawest means of flagrant Tony Stark, he's a very dehumanized, destructive person that spouts about the baddest means of humanity and wants to do it on a whole genocidal scale and is a very flimsy individual. He tries to talk about the bad of humanity when he is truly a just crybaby, naive child made by Tony Stark on accident to be order incarnate, but revels in more or less chaos than order, right? I love the Hulk Buster and Hulk fight. I like the intro. I like the Avengers is chilling. I like that they did take the concept of the fact that Avengers are really co-workers, but turning into family, right? But I don't like the relationship between Hulk and Black Widow. I don't really like Black Widow as a character because she's not a character, right? I think some deleted scenes could have been used more. Quicksilver died so retardedly. How do you have super speed and you get riddled with bullets like that, and the excuse is, oh, he was shielding them? A super speedster was shielding people from bullets. What? No, that shit is retarded. I like Vision though. I like Scarlet Witch. It's all around a good movie. I think it's way better than the first movie, thinking about it now. But yeah, that's pretty much it for that. Justice League Dark. I think it's a defined Justice League movie. It takes a lot of the, sorcery and cosmic sides of the different magic parts of, the DC world and uses them in very interesting case of ways, right? I think a lot of the aspects of the film and how it's done are very cool and done very interestingly and cool to the finish. I think the use of Etrigan, Deadman, Constantine, Satana, and Batman being the main person pulling this is interesting, but the only problem is, like, Batman, even though he's cool, Batman is not a magic user. They could have had Constantine being the main character, bring along Batman, but Batman being, like, the central, he's like the audience's perception of everything is not really good to me. I also think, like, yeah, Batman knows Zatanna, and they are childhood friends, in case people didn't know that, like in the comics. But I just feel like there could have been a better person used here. Like, I don't know, Dr. Fate, Wonder Woman. People actually have ties to magic, but I don't have a problem with him being there. They kind of neutered my man Swamp Thing. Like, he was so clean. Don't get me wrong. It makes sense. Swamp Thing can't beat the main villain here. He's not going to beat him. But it's like Swamp Thing came out so clean, and he literally got violated, bro. They literally... They literally dropped, I can't fucking say it yet. They literally dropped this nigga down to the barrel of violation, right? And it's just crazy. Because with this being like a preset matter of recording, right? With this being said, you guys might need to possibly go away from this video, look at the ending of this movie, and don't get me wrong, he shouldn't be able to beat him. But the fact that this nigga got talked down to like a bitch, disposed of his power like a bitch, and got put in the barrel of violation and sent back to the earth like a fucking novice is crazy. And don't get me wrong, Swamp Thing is very powerful, so I understand they have to nerf him, but they didn't have to do him like that, bro. That's just kind of unfortunate. But I do think they do a good adaptation of him for the most part. And that's really it. That's all I have to say about it. It's just a pretty good movie. And we have Superman Red Sun, a.k.a. Superman of the Cold War, a.k.a. Russian Superman, a.k.a. Shovishka, Communist Superman, but a Superman that's not inherently evil. I think it's a beautiful adaptation of the comics. I think it does a little bit kind of more interesting and stitch of a little more stellarly tight-knit versions of shit. I think it's a good adaptation of Russian Batman, Wonder Woman, and all their core greater aspects. I think it represents the ideal of Superman being all tainted by the back of his country and people, having the false merit and purpose to do what they do. He becomes just as much of a monster that he predicates on saying that America and other people are. He took the words of Stalin actually to the heart, and after killing his father figure, which is Stalin, he went and did more bad than good. I think that's beautifully displayed. And I do think his sacrifice, quotation marks here, he put a Metro Man, was very beautiful, was being said. And unfortunately, Megamind isn't on this, but Megamind would be in peak as well, just to make that clear, because, bro, this tail is too fucking big, bro. Like, my shit almost exploded trying to do this, bro. This shit is too big. Plus, I've been fucking recording this for almost fucking 4 hours. Listen, take it how you will. A lot of shit would be peak up here. Like, I include anime, Ben 10, Ghostbusters, whatever the fuck you want to call, Superhero Tide. Like, it would be a bunch of places, but Megamind would be peak. Cause I do think Megamind is a masterpiece. Only problem, I want it to be longer. That's me personally, but arguably, we already know what happened with Megamind the Button. Megamind the Button would be an absolute nasty, bro. Like, it would be in a new tier. Nasty, vile, disgusting. Simple as that. But sorry if possibly Cam have turned off in a different form. there. Hold on. We good. It's recording. Everything all solid. Busting things. Help things. But yeah. To go ahead and full carry on now, we have Aquaman 1. I think it's a solid Aquaman movie. I think it's pretty fun. I think it's a great story. I think Aquaman, essentially, because of the acting of Jason Momoa, is beautifully done. It's very peak and defined in all aspects of his character. And, it's very just beautifully done. Obviously, we all hate Amber Heard, but I'm going to be honest. She don't do too bad in this movie. And, I think the love interest thing between them is, like, fine for the most part. I do like Black Manta. I like Ocean Master, but his reasons for going on his cataclysmic swarm of the surface world plan is not all too strong. Like, don't get me wrong, it's understandable to feel that the surface world brings more bad to them than others, but to do the type of things that he's going to do just out of false hatred and it not coming from, in the comics where, a surface dweller, you know, was sent to kill his mother, so he has great, dislike. He's not like Namor in the comics or in the MCU where there's a partial mix of reasonable paranoia or preset disdain for, the surface world. He kind of just wants to annihilate the surface world because, pollution is bad and, surface people suck. Like, he's just racist. Like, there's no uniqueness to, like, I don't know what to say. Like, that's my only problem. I don't know, like, the movie's kind of a little bit too cliche. It's kind of trying to be Lion King and King Arthur a little bit too much, but I think it's still very cool. I love, freaking Green Goblin, aka, our boy, I forgot his name. We didn't know the kids of people, but, guy plays Goblin. Okay, Norman Osborn was beautiful in this stuff. For the most part, what he had. Some acting piece could be better, but I think it's still very good. I think it has great character development. I do love they made Aquaman's suit look very cool. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. You could also argue that it kind of contradicts because Aquaman is supposed to take place after Justice League, and that don't make sense. Like, that does not make sense. Like, what, they don't even mention that. That doesn't make any sense. But we're not going to talk about that. Next is Spider-Man 3. Now, Spider-Man 3 has been considered to be one of the biggest disappointments for superhero movies. It's mid, shallow, cliche, terrible. I'm going to tell you all this. A lot of the critiques about this movie being too much has some considerable weight, has considerable points, has value. But to me, this movie's goddamn peak, bro. Listen, ain't nobody gonna stop Bowie Maguire. I don't want to fucking hear it, bro. I don't want to hear it. Listen, if I wanted to be that guy and disregard all the critiques you can have, I would put it higher. But listen, bro, the black suit, the coolness of not just Tobey Maguire, but Peter Parker's mixed stitch of dilemma, character growth, his relationships, and pair with also some other shit's interesting. I think all three villains can work. They just don't need to be all in one movie. That's a problem, but I do think.
I love the scene where.
Go spit it out, gang.
What do you say? He's in the church. He's like.
Oh, that one.
Kill Peter Parker.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, that's a peak proceeding to be funny for no reason. Because, like, he's that mad. You'll never see someone do that in a comic book movie again. Like, that's a half case, like, accurate thing in the comics, but he doesn't say it like that. I think Eddie says, in quote, I hate Parker so much. It's Spider-Man simultaneously ruined my life more than him. God, please ruin his life. I want you to kill him. Like, he hates him. He's just venting to God. It's the way Eddie said it, bro. He said, please, God, please kill Peter Parker. Like, he's that mad. Asking for him to die. That's crazy. And he did it to himself. It's not like the comics or any other version where it's like, okay, Peter, he's not, a perfect person, but you kind of simultaneously fucked him over and disown this man from, being in your field of expertise and cracking, some money to form, a better possibility for himself. Because everything that Eddie Brock is later on after those events is what he was pushing away from. He was intrigued about science or being a photographer, a philanthropist, or any possible greater grace things, you know what I'm saying, about a man to do shit. This nigga Peter literally exposed him, and he got that mad. Don't get me wrong, as well. Eddie Brock was always passive aggressive to Peter. Any other version? Eddie? Listen, he's actually kind of nice to Peter, bro. Like, he's actually not a terrible person. This nigga Eddie's just a dick. Now he praying to God for him, to get killed. That's crazy, bro. I ain't gonna lie. But back to the point, chat. Like, all these villains can work, and they have their reasonableness to be what they are, and at the same time why they are. Right? Venom has understandable goals and reasons to do what he does, and being corrupted to the most despicable extent, and wanting to lash out against Spider-Man. And I do think the story of the Amazing Spider-Man, aka the symbiote, is fine, even though there's an argument that now telling us that aliens exist in the Sam Raimi trilogy is a little bit kind of wild. And obviously in the comics it's more in-depthly explained, or, it kind of makes a little bit more sense, but, I'm not mad at that. I also think Sandman is pretty defined in this movie. Like, I think he's, like, objectively the greatest villain, especially all his set pieces and things like that. I love the actor. The new Goblin, a.k.a. Harry Osborn, a.k.a., James Franco, I think it's very defined with what he has, and I do think his conflict with Peter is good. It's just too much, right? I don't like Mary Jane. I think she's actually a problem. But don't get me wrong. There's a problem. Peter Parker cheating on Mary Jane in front of her and gaslighting her, that was the W gaslight, bro. You cannot tell me I'm lying there. That was W gaslight. That's more gaslighting than Scarlet Witch telling Vision, you're not dead. But I saw Thanos tear out my head. You're not dead. Yes, I am. He said, like, that's what that is, bro. Like, that's terrible. I'm not going to lie. There's the pacing. The movie is kind of, even if it's memes, a little bit too goofy, and then Peter being too corrupt is a little bit maybe a problem. Like, his man really went to Aunt May and was like, Spider-Man killed Sandman, killed Frank Marco, and he expected that to make her feel happy. Like, don't get me wrong, it's cool character development, but I don't think he really grows out of that. So, I think it's very good. And I love the conclusion. Like, Harry's death is pretty sad. And I do love a lot of the fighting. Peak Handsmith, because, bro, Spider-Man versus Sandman on the train, bro, that was peak, bro. I'm not going to lie. I got niggas to jumping back in the day in the movie theater, bro. I ain't going to lie. But, yeah, that's pretty much it. Next, we have Shazam 1. I think it's a marvelous film. No pun intended, because it used to be called Captain Marvel. I think it's a beautiful, cool film. It's my favorite Christmas movie, because it takes place on Christmas. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's Shazam 1. I think it's a beautiful movie. I think it's very defined, a lot of aspects for it. I love Billy Batson, Earth's mightiest mortal. I think Savanta is a very interesting protagonist to an extent. There could be more intriguing evolvement of this and this with his character, but works still very marvelously in execution and feel. So, to me, it's a very interesting thing, to say the least. And, pretty marvelously done, like I said. Then you have Batman The Dark Knight Returns 1. I couldn't get Dark Knight Returns Part 2, but if it was Part 2, I think I probably would put it... I'm not going to lie, it probably might be like near Deadpool and Wolverine or Blade 1. I don't know. But The Dark Knight Returns Part 1, right, is a very peak case of, film and ting, right? Being a great adaptation. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold up. I'm recording right now. Give me a second. Don't interrupt this thing real quick. I've been recording this for a long time. Anyway, hold on. Let me go ahead and in a more clear station like stuff. Hold on one time. All right. Let's get more in the case of my office like timing. Alright. Got someone's talking to me about something, but I'm trying to go and finish this up. So anyway, chat. To continue on where I was saying, was that I think it's a beautiful, all around, interestingly and put together, adaptation, There's a lot beautiful, dope things, and I think it's just very dope. So what's that? Then you have Wonder Woman 2017, which I think is a beautiful, story of Wonder Woman, the Amazons, a World War One movie. I think it has a lot of defined shit with World War Two. Exactly, I was kind of makes freeze on where it took place exactly, but no, it's World War Two. I remember that precisely. Yeah, and I do think there's a lot of great case of things with it, with Wonder Woman's character. Gal Gadot decently reps a very charismatic, charming, beautiful, and cool Wonder Woman. I think her and Steve Trevor's relationship and Trevor's sacrifice is dope. And I think a lot of the greater core essence of what the movie is very dope and cool in all of its form. I think Ares is actually a pretty bussin' antagonist, and I think a lot of what it is pretty all around dope. And yeah, I mean it's pretty fucking good. I mean I think it's the first actually good DCU movie to say the least. But then you have Wonder Woman 2003, which is only a little bit better with how they use Ares, the great deal of build up and compound of also relationships that were built between the Greek gods and man, tied with the fact of Wonder Woman being a little bit more busting defined in this case. The fact that it takes place in modern day and not in World War II, I think gives a little bit more deeper portrayal essence, especially because I think the idea of Wonder Woman only coming out into the modern day on a bigger scale, even with hypothetically her existing during World War II and all that, is a little bit more defined their essence of character building, to say the least. But yeah, that's pretty much how I would describe it. Then next, you have Superman slash Batman Apocalypse. So I think it's a pretty Defente film. For y'all who don't know about this film, this is the film where Darkseid takes Superman's cape and is like, "Where are you going?" And Superman beats the dog shit out of him. That's that film, right? I love a lot of the core aspects of it. I love the relationship with Superman and Supergirl. I love the acting. I love the action. I love a lot of things that are done with it. I really love how much of a banger, bonkers film that it is. And I think it's a very great portrayal of a lot of interesting dilemmas and things. And I love that the big three, Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman, really feel like friends. Just beautiful as shit. Very beautiful fucking movie. It's peak. Then we have the death of Superman. So explanatory. A peak zealous representation of one of Superman's most heartbreaking and same time peak stories. I think there's a lot of defined stuff. Not just with Superman, the relationship with Lois, the relationship with the Justice League. I think the only problems with it is, like, I don't know, Doomsday could have had more interesting design and the value of, like, him being a lot more comic book accurate. This crack of also the fact that maybe the Justice League could have showed better capabilities against Doomsday. Because I'm not going to lie, bro, they respect the fuck out of Martian Manhunter. Hal Jordan barely did shit. And then the Flash, that nigga got one tap, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Like, they did some cool shit, and don't get me wrong, Doomsday is an ultimate, warpath creature that is pillar of hands. But the fact, my nigga, that they didn't do enough to substantiate their role at all is kind of insane. But in conclusion, everything that makes it what it is, and Doomsday's threat level, and the fact that it took everybody in their willpower to try to stop him, and it didn't matter. And then Big Soups had to come in and really show why he is the symbol of hope. It's very beautiful. Then we have All-Star Superman, a pretty bussin' adaptation of the comic. It's not as good as the comic at all. Not necessarily as it being a bad thing, but I think it does show a great spotlight of all these different things. I think a lot of the key foundations of what it is just trying to represent one of, not the most wholesome story of Superman. I mean, All-Star Superman might be the greatest story of Superman. I mean, it's like a very peak comic. I think it's one of the greatest DC comics of all time. I think it's one of the greatest comic books of all time. And I think it is prevalent in multiple aspects, showing why Superman's hope and perseverance matters. His hope, his grandstand, the fact that the entire plot of this movie is involving the strongest man on Earth, the strongest man in the universe, dying from a fucking solar radiation cancer. Yes, the things that give him his powers have now give him an antivirus that was given by Lex Luthor, the common racist against aliens. And no matter that, he's still stand tall. And I love him for that, bro. Dead ass. I love him for that. Next, you have Justice League Gods and Monsters, a what if else world of the Justice League where Superman is in more of a dictator state. He's the son of Zod and not Jor-El. He's a Hispanic boy, has a different name. Batman is actually a vampire, and Wonder Woman is from the New Gods planet. She's basically an Olympian in this case. And have a lot of unique essence to it. I think it shows a lot of interesting fundamental differences and parodies and talks of what made, the Justice League different. I think it's a great showcasing of like people are not who they are by birth. They are who they are by what nature gives them and by what nurture gives them. And any of our famed heroes, any of us could change like a freaking flick of a dime, right? If anything in our lives was changed. And it's the fact that there is no destiny, but we control who we are. Not the gods, not the monsters that come and try to haunt us. We are our own heroes. And we can all be the Justice League. And I really love that theme. So, yeah, that's a bussin' movie. Next is Justice League Doom. And it's pretty much a movie that showcases the contingency of Batman. What if the famed heroes of Earth went bad? You have the fact of, this movie involving the Legion of Doom and involving, Vandal Savage, great compellingness, great villains, great people, great contingency representation, beautiful acting, and just all around a marvelous done film to me in a lot of different aspects. Next, you have Black Panther 1, what is being said, being a film that has done so much shit to do more than its first. I've already said that, Black Panther 1 itself, right, with T'Challa being alive and all that, Chadwick Boseman, I don't like that film. I already said that earlier in the case of this, whole video. But Black Panther 2, I do actually feel bring a lot of more of an upgrade and bigger shit, alright? It's been on record that a lot of people are kind of controversial with this film and its goodness, or if it should even be credited as a normal movie. I've disagreed with a lot of different people's takes with the movie. I do think it's actually pretty good. It's not perfect, but I don't think it's so pulled back by its goodness to say that it's not worthy to be where it's at. And I do think that it is worthy enough to be where it's at. Black Panther 2, aka Black Panther Wakanda Forever, has, I feel like, a lot of great grounds of busting things, a lot of great grounds of busting character development, purpose, even in the record that arguably contradicts some things said before it about, vibranium's usage and people seeing it, even though they have made a point that they are trying to share their resources and not have it be, a overhaul of need for their big vital resources to be used in the wrong hands, as they've already been used in the wrong hands. They're not trying to be exploded, you know what I'm saying, at proportions of resource use, you know what I'm saying. They're not trying to be exploited, and they're also not trying to go ahead and have their stuff be racked out more and more on being a harm more than good. They want to use the resources and the ideals of the late T'Challa, son of King T'Chaka, all that shit. They're trying to use it in great ways. I think Shuri is a very fine protagonist. I think she can have some more of her interesting stuff be greater dived into. I feel like her sad, compelling character arc of losing her brother, the fact that those are some real tears because Chadwick Boseman meant everything to everybody a part of this movie and before, basically. And that was really her brother like shit. And the fact that she actually is crying and feeling that shit is some deep stuff. The soundtrack, the core greater ideals of shit, T'Challa Jr. being a thing. I think Queen Ramonda, even if you might say that her outburst and her emotional breakdown was not full rationalized, the fact that she has the type of feeling of, feeling betrayed, disobeyed, in a mix of also feeling a great deal of depressing loss and acting her fucking heart out, bro. I'm telling you, this woman was acting like she's gonna go bankrupt if this movie did not do good. To me, right? It was so definely and steadily done with the emotions. I love M'Baku. I love all the people. Talokam, the world, the people, and the more. I love this adaptation of him. I think why he does what he does is so interestingly put together. And I even know, yes, there's an argument that he could have maybe got his ideals changed more thoroughly. Because I'm not going to lie, when he explained why he allowed the Wakandas to pretty much best them in battle, being copium, like saying, oh, well, they're going to need us to destroy the surface world in the future. I ain't going to lie, that's cope. That's bullshit. That's stupid as fuck. But to me, I think it's more of a pride reason. Even though this version of Namor is a lot more like humble, trying to be a lot more servient psychopath, I guess. He's not an incel degenerate and like lawless prick like in the comics, which is a lot of what makes him interesting, because he tries to be better than that. If you want to call Namor an anti-hero, that's an anti-villain, me personally, right? Namor's reasons and his rationale to want to do what he's doing, and mixed bar capability shown with Talo Khan's numbers, the way they do things, I still think is good. So any cons you can say about this movie, I think are all around better than, the capability of bad, right, cons. Because simply put to say is that any cons you can say about this movie, right, are a lot more better than any case of different cons to be said than about these movies. About the credit of like, oh, they can move better this, or they can more thoroughly go about doing this to stop this, plan of attack this, or the hypotheticals of blah, blah, blah. I feel like those are very much mixed bar things, not very set in stone things. They don't take away the goodness of the movie by itself, and the movie is still watchable and likable. And I feel like a lot of those things do not define the movie. And I know that some of these movies below it, right, you could argue maybe it could be a little bit better, but to me it has so much more gourmet shit with it. Even with the last segment, you need to be better this, or I don't know, some of these movies not having as many problems in comparison, but I still think the movie is a good touch to that. I can maybe understand why maybe, I don't know, Justice League Doom or Justice League Gods and Monsters is better. But to me, Wakanda, right, as a country and its people, is so interestingly done in this movie. And Black Panther Wakanda Forever, I still think is really good. And I'm still going to enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's how I feel. But besides my rant, to move on to the next, we have Superman versus the Elite. Another beautiful Superman movie against an interesting antagonistic group, showcasing the value of Superman. This movie pretty much is basically the movie you send to people when they say, Superman is really dumb. He's really boring. He has no purpose. He doesn't work in the modern day. This is the movie you send to them when these niggas say this, alright? When you say that Superman doesn't work because he's living in a fairy tale world, he's a dream, I'll quote Superman as my comeback. Good. Dreams help people. Dreams give us motivation to do things that we can never do in reality. And sometimes we make that be true. And as long as a world that is still striving for truth, justice, in the American way, I'll never stop fighting. Absolute GOAT. It's that simple, bro. Anyway, next, we got Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi, to me, is peak hands, peak acting, peak delivery on character development. I think a lot of cores of it is very dope. I do like the version of the Mandarin used in it. I think Shang-Chi is a dope protagonist. I think the third act kind of is a little bit sloppy and like rushed, but not necessarily bad. I think it has a great deal of values and correspondence, a different connect and essence going with it. And I do think at Hard Strong, it is one of the most peak deliveries of movies ever on a lot of key things. And I cannot wait to see what Shang-Chi can do in the future of the MCU. And I really do like the ending and the change of things and the fact that it ends on greater things. Plus, I do like Abomination's freaking cameo fighting Wong for money. Like, I think that's funny. But yeah, he big as shit too, bro. Of course, She-Hulk got it downgraded. Absolutely nasty. Then we have X-Men First Class, a very peak X-Men movie, the origins of, the X-Men. I think it's beautiful. I think the antagonist of the movie is pretty defined. I think Magneto and Professor X's relationship is very beautifully done. And I think a lot of essences of what makes it what it is still very bussin'. I think in core, it delivers on so many something on the character and powers. Like they go full out and sublimely showcasing like what makes the characters who they are powers wise. And I love the fact that it takes place like the 60s, so it's very interesting connecting as a whole. And I think it literally hit the jackpot of representing things. But I think Eric, aka Magneto, is one of the most compelling people, change from being an anti-hero to anti-villain to full villain. A man that goal is to kill monsters, but he becomes a monster himself. It's very dope. The only problems I could say is like they kind of utilize some people. I think there's a half credit like understandable for why mutants change to side, but I think it's like kind of weird how it's done. I think how they try to do things does work in the gooder means, but it's not done out of like a grand means of full clean like representation of like why and how mutants come to this feeling of outsiding to people beyond just the fact that they already go through problems by themselves, which I understand that because a lot of people don't understand that mutants are not supposed to be a thing just about racism. It's supposed to be about multiple changes in society. It's about ignorance and more discrimination, which is not racism because if you think that, you are ignorant. And I don't know, maybe like it's a little bit too horny. I don't know, like some of the shit in this movie is not needed. But I don't know. Me personally, I don't have a problem with that by definition, right? But that's just me. Then next you have Batman Under the Red Hood, like shit, right? I've been over here recording for so long that my shit about to die, but don't worry about that shit. We almost finished. Right, Batman Under the Red Hood is arguably the better and full throttle representation of the death in the family. It's beautiful in every connect, right? And it's just such a defined case of thing in full. You have the Batman Beyond movie, right? Being such a beautiful film, most every aspect of it being just Batman Under the Red Hood, not really having any true big stinging flaws, but just being a legacy movie of the fact that even in the biggest crises of Gotham, there will always still be a Batman to do what they do. So to me, that's like the interesting part about it, right? But then, and final, bigger peak of X-Men, right? We have X-Men Days of Future Past, which even though kind of not making sense if you really try to go ahead and analyze and break down the timeline, I feel like it's still a very beautiful finish. I think next to Logan, it is a beautiful send-off to the X-Men. Quicksilver, Magneto, the Sentinels, which I think are a little bit more definedly done in this movie than the Sentinels in the comics. And I really just love the core aspect of it. I think it's pretty busted. I think the only problem is like, getting a more in-depth reason for why a guy would go out his way to make the Sentinels the way he does against the mutants. Even though it makes sense, is I wish we got a better grasp of why. The timeline making better sense, maybe, but to me, I still think it's undoubtedly peak set and done. And yeah, next we have Hulk 2003, being to me arguably the best Hulk adaptation. This is not necessarily a normal Hulk, thing for some people, depending on how you are as a Hulk fan or Hulk enjoyer. As this movie is a lot more about Hulk's trauma, his psychology, his character. It's not big smash and action galore. Don't get me wrong, it has that, right? But it's not really like that. It's not even a normal superhero movie. That's what I said about the Joker, right before this bitch nigga came on the phone. But joke aside though, it's like Hulk in this movie has a lot of deep details about his trauma. I think Hulk is one of the most complex, nuanced, and very, very fucking sublime characters, and a lot of people will not, ever understand that. Because Hulk is a very simple character at face value. The incredible green machine. They'll never look about Hulk's personality, his dilemma, his character traits. They'll never look about Bruce and Hulk's relationship. I feel like he's a very sad and depressing character. They did his origin and Hulk's existence popping out in such a beautiful way. And I think representing Hulk as being the monster that was made out of fear and out of a defense mechanism after Bruce saw his dad murder his mom on accident just because he wanted to murder him out of false idealizing of making a failed experiment and him tampering with fucking gamma radiation made a nuke and all this bullshit. It's such an interesting but also crazy idea. I do think the only problem you can say about this movie, because to me I think it's pretty bussin', and maybe some nitpicks, is like, oh, the comic book style of it kind of is a little bit wonky. The CGI kind of looks weird, but I think that's kind of the point, and it's still cool. The fight scenes kind of look a little bit weird in the mix, especially because it might be a little bit unneeded to have Hulk growing in size the more angrier he gets, and fight scenes this, and I don't know, it might look goofy that Hulk is having a problem against gamma radiated dogs, and the fact they actually affect his shorts and Hulk was fighting dogs booty butt ass naked. You see this man's green ass and everything, and his dad turning into a Zorbing man is kind of crazy. But I don't know. I mean, I still think it's pretty fucking good. Then there's Blade, which I think is the best, besides movies we're to get into, black superhero movie of live action, at least. I think it's a very defined film. I think at core with Blade's character, the themes, the depression, aspects of his character, the very dark detail sauce with this man, his self-hate being from a mix of confusion, agony, knowing that he will always be the last person he has to hunt in life, hunting all these vampires and going through his dilemma is crazy. I can't wait to see Blade and Marvel Rivals, because I saw this motherfucker caged up in Silver Park, activity, part of the Central Park map, This motherfucker got the clean braids and the outfit, like I thought with my, one tier list video. But again, he over here caged up in the Silver Park area of Central Park. Gotta be racist, but I think the action, the nuance of character direction and feel is very beautiful. It just kind of comes together in a mixed bag-ish. I think, the villain, he's fine. Could have a lot more detail, bigger nuance to him. And, I don't know, everything that he tries to do with Blade is reasonable manipulative, but I feel like he never, showcases the same bigger charm or care. But I think it's still pretty fucking good. I think it's a pretty solid movie, and it's the only good Blade movie, to be fair. And in the words of Wesley Snipes, there's only going to be one Blade. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Then you have Deadpool and the Wolverine. He's pretty peak. The only possible mixes problems, even though I think he has a great adaptation of Wolverine. Great chemistry. Great building of purpose. Very interesting shit. Gambit's in it, so it's peak. But the only problem I have is, you got this nigga, going through so much of these paradox and wild timelines of shit, and arguably disrespecting Logan as a corpse. But it's kind of funny, but it kind of takes away a lot of what the bigger nuance was about Logan. Then it's arguably the main villain, even though she does what she does for a reason, I feel like she could have a lot more interesting strands of characters, because she's a lot more interesting character in the comics, and arguably, this I can't even, if I can say it, it's kind of funny. Arguably in the whole thing with this nigga, right, with the shorty, and at the same time, Wolverine getting around this was kind of a little bit goofy in the idea, just how is this woman so stupid to kind of allow this shit to happen. I feel like she should be a lot more smarter than what she is. I feel like she's kind of just whatever bad woman. There's also an argument, how did Wolverine and Deadpool survive almost getting disintegrated by a multiversal concept? Like, I know their hack of like hell, of a fucking healing factor. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers got healing factors and regeneration out the buck. But how do they survive that stuff? That might be seen as a problem to me in comparison to the comics and the actual power scaling. Like, they're not normal motherfucking combative people, so them being able to survive that makes sense to the audacity that they could come back in full hack wise. But I mean, saying that Deadpool and Wolverine could survive multiversal levels of atomization on that level at least is a little bit wild, but I don't know. Besides like those little critiques or questions, I think it's a pretty solemn bassin movie. And then you've got, Justice League, the Flashpoint Paradox, a peak Elseworld story, the arguable greatest Elseworld story in my opinion, right? With, Flash going back in time to save his mother from dying and that causing a whole fucking destruction of everything and everyone that he loves simultaneously. And I really just love how it's done. I think the animation, the storylines, the purpose, the key things, the character development, Thomas Wayne as Batman, his elsewhere version of these characters, and how it's done is pretty cool. I think the only problem is like some kind of mixed adaptation of shit that is not done in the most cool way that it is. I feel like better usage of most of these different characters. And I don't know, like, it could be longer, but I understand that it's not as long as it would and should be because simply put, it's, a one and done, simply set movie. So it can't be as long as one would hope and wish it to be. But I still think it's pretty good. Next we have Civil War. And I think it's a pretty peak to find very one of the greatest MCU movies. The only problems I could possibly say, besides, the obvious pros of the conflict being reason would be had. I do like this version of Baron Zemo. I love the introduction to Spider-Man, T'Challa. I think they're the best in this movie. I think it has the arguable best hand-to-hand and fight scenes of all time. I love a lot of it. I think the only problem I can make that could probably be like a nitpick is it kind of like degrades a lot of the uniqueness of the comics and, the fact that Civil War is the best-selling Marvel comic of all time and the fact that they don't actually live up to the hype of the comic. Like, they got 6 niggas fighting each other, right? In comparison, 12 niggas on one battlefield. In the comics, all these characters are fighting for a lot more in-depth and deeper reasons. The conflict feels a lot more reasonable and strong, said and done. They was really brawling out here. I understand, they're in the middle of a mixed phase, you know what I'm saying? They're in the middle of a very, like I just said, Vicar phase, you know what I'm saying? They're trying to, like, truly grasp where to set things because Civil War, correct me if I'm wrong, came out, like, late phase 2, early phase 3, so they're kind of in the early stage for what they're trying to build up. And I understand it was a plan to separate the Avengers to make some more interesting dilemma, but to me, like, it didn't leave as much as an impact. The Accords don't fucking matter, right? They don't hold up for shit. So I don't even like that. I think a lot of the reasons for the Civil War to happen can be a lot more easily understood and set in stone and maybe pushed to better shit. But I, at the same time, can understand that it's just a setting ground. And again, like I just said, I understand this mixed, it's a whole kind of mixed Vicky, timing, what is being said, where they're trying to, write this shit out to the best flux and course with it in the most perfect sense. So I'm not mad at it. That mixed with Vic thing is, like, not bad. It just could obviously be better. You know what I'm saying? If I was trying to, like, rate it on an adaptation to the Civil War comic. By itself, it's pretty fucking good. But that's my only, like, real critiques or partial, like, dislike. Thor Ragnarok, I think it's pretty defined and peak with a lot of it. I think it's a decent, for what it is, adaptation of Planet Hulk. I think it takes a lot of interesting shit of Thor's mythos. I think Hela is a pretty fine villain, literally and figuratively. I like Surtur. I like Valkyrie for what it is. I like the bond between Thor and Loki. I like their conversation, the elevator. I love Thor having a great character arc. I love what Odin said to Thor in the grandest of means. And I do really enjoy how everything was done with it. I do think it is one of the greatest things of the MCU as well. Now, next tier we have is Bussin', and you have The Boys show at the bottom for TV shows. And The Boys will always be one of the peakest credit of TV shows ever, and we have one more season. Season 1, I think, is perfect. I don't think it's a really big problem. If anything, maybe, I don't know, bigger display of this and explanation of this, but I feel like that's nitpick. Season 2, now in the same lake of, blessed with succulent bussin' water, just aura getting redefined because of it, but it still gives us the same case of super being, stardust and big rucking of the most esteemed, highlight, and interesting wrapped together show of all time. I feel like in some way about moving in such a weird kind of mixed pullback pace, but still always shining out the most cool, intricate case of matter of showing of what characters in the Boys universe can do, the fuckery, the politics, social commentary, and very interesting usage of the comics, even if the comics are a little bit shittier than any possible comic to be seen, right? And using it in dope ways. And season 3, especially with Soldier Boy, does it peak profoundly, bro. That right there is some peak TV right there. Season 4 pulled back in news different ways by being a little bit too edgy, not having a very concrete set and deal story. They don't really have the direction piece for things that I feel like it's better for them done. I love A-Train's character development, and I do like, the fight scenes and added effective shit and the character development. But, Starlight blaming Huey for getting sexually assaulted, yeah, I think that's fucked. I think Huey going for all type of pain in this shit, I think that's fucked too. I don't like it. And yeah, it's just a little bit wild to me. But in the end, especially with the ending, which might be the greatest episode of The Boys dang near, and one of my favorite episodes of superhero television, yeah, that shit was gas. That shit was perfection. What a hell of an ending indeed. But yeah, like that is a peak TV show right there, and I'm hoping season 5 fucking delivers, especially Genevieve season 2. Unfortunately, I don't know how it's going to be done because, again, RP the chance, but still. Then we got Spectacular Spider-Man. The greatest Spider-Man adaptation next to Insomniac Spider-Man 1 to be exact. Peak TV show. If only it wasn't canceled. Batman Beyond. Peak Batman show. Legendary in all legacy. That's simple. Teen Titans. One of the greatest DC shows and lives to all the fullest levels of peak nice activity. Justice League Unlimited, right? Just like with Teen Titans, when Teen Titans got canceled, lived to the greatest aura, dime, peak, flames, fucking godly levels of writing, DC Comics elite to the motherfucking T. This shit was a bastion of peak. Ain't nobody can deny that shit, gang. Then Daredevil. Original Daredevil, we're going to be obviously seeing about the sequel of Daredevil Born Again. But Daredevil, from season 1 to season 3, is the greatest acclaimed case of matter of writing and banger things of all time. Greatest superhero show in live action, and definitely one of the greatest superhero shows of all motherfucking time, without a doubt. And I do think stands way better than what you would expect. Next we got Lego Batman. Peak Batman movie. It gives greater service to Batman than some of the adaptations have done in more modern day. Then you have the Suicide Squad of James Gunn, making new levels of holes into your heart, busting case of Spock's character development in every place in mock. I love the different versions of these people. I love Peacemaker. I love Anaway. chum chum, you know what I'm saying? Num num, you know what I'm saying? I love all that shit. And Star Wars the Conqueror, decent credit of villain, you know what I'm saying? All form. And I think the only credit, maybe like critiquing it is like, how the fuck did this nigga Peacemaker survive a building falling on him? It is what it is, though. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Next, we have, Spider-Man 1. Absolute, amazing, spectacular, terrific, dubious heats, flames, busting in all count. I think the only capable possible problem and full-fledged is the argument for the fact that it might be a little bit too wonky and weird in some aspects of the special effects and CGI, but I feel like it's a very big nitpick, so I don't give a fuck about none of that. Spider-Man 1, absolutely fucking peak, bro. Then the final is this. We have Captain America, Winter Soldier, absolutely peak for multiple record of reasons. I think it's the best Captain America movie. I think it's one of the best from hands, dilemma, politics, character development. The Winter Soldier as an antagonist is all dummy, defined, and done. Next is The Watchmen, which I think is a very beautiful and defined adaptation. The only problem is that I feel like some of the aspects of the comics or the novel does the better concept of the parody of superheroes and the genre and the archetypes of people and the whole, big complex nuance take and perception of all the aspects of what makes a superhero so profound and so disturbing to think about. But I still think it is very marvelously done. Definitely one of Zack Snyder's better projects. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that was beautiful. Next, we have Logan, which I think is a beautiful film send-off from X-Men. It's the best X-Men movie. I think it has the best feel, theme. The relationship between Logan and X-23 is beautifully done and coming together. I love every aspect of it because it's such a beautifully coming together and created film. I really love how this shit is done in full effect, and I really love the action, the brutality, the in-depthness, the sorrow, the depression, and the very much unnecessarily heartfelt demise of Logan. Seeing a character like him die even after all these timelines just to go ahead and make the best possible substance matter of a movie, right, to be had because of the fact that Logan did subsequently pass. No matter the adamantium in his bones, no matter his healing factor, he was slowly getting poisoned, died a hero, and made longevity for not just his daughter like shit, but all greater grand cuss of mutants in a hollow world filled with nothing but dark days and ages upon it. And to me, that was beautiful. That was beautifully done. And yeah. Next, we have Spider-Man 2. One of the greatest superhero movies of all time. Absolute peak. Pretty much perfection. Only critiques could be a little minor record of shit that have no real big substance elements, you know what I'm saying, of any actual greater, ting to me. And the only true strong, critique that you could say. Sorry, I have some of my throat pause. Been talking. Oh, the song without no water. Simply put to say, but simply put, the only big critique you could make is being Mary Jane, who is a down form of all likability in her character. For the rest, like in Spider-Man 1, she worked. In this movie, she's absolutely fucking brain dead. She's insufferable. She has no credit to even actually be a person. She's just a fucking unneeded, burning hatred. She's literally a fucking acid trip of a human being. I just do not like her. I feel no sympathy for her. I feel no connection. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. It's hip and long, yo! Face up. Busting film, bro. In every case of caliber. Only mixed bag credit, thing is it doesn't feel the same endless feed of this slapping gourmet elements of, the two other films. Next, you have Justice League Snyder Cut, 4 hours long, and gives us more puff of back-to-back gas, succulent flavor, interesting and defined character writing and course of shit, and just seals the motherfucking deal of not just a more interesting hypothetical world that Zack Snyder, if he played his cards more definitely right, could make, but also gave us great possible, interesting and intricate case of setup with not just characters and their stories like Barry, Cyborg, Steppenwolf as the villain is so marvelously done. He really laid a mark as being a behemoth not to be trifled. If you don't fuck with a man when he out for redemption, you feel what I'm saying? When he out to reclaim his honor. This nigga remind me of Zuko, you heard? This motherfucker a beast. And then this motherfucker got Dark Side. I mean, this movie's just stunning, bro. Like, honestly, dog. And the only possible problem I could give is, like, it's too long. It doesn't need to be this long, to be fair. Or I don't fucking know, like, Wonder Woman having her theme play every fucking 5 seconds. And, fucking, I don't know, like, Batman still killing people, but to his credit, it's parademons. And then you got a futuristic world where maybe there will be more credibility in that. But then you have, like, Avengers Endgame, which is still pretty peak in a lot of aspects, but the downgrade of Hulk, Thanos not having enough screen time, and mixed prick of like the time travel plot working pretty sufficiently, but not so strong in every core, right? You have Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, which is pretty much full peach of perfect back-to-back ball game throw. It's stunningly doing shit in such a slap great cream of the crop come together way. It revels in every aspect that makes Guardians of the Galaxy what it is to an extent. But the only main case of saying problems for it not to be up there is the fact that even though I like the High Evolutionary, he's not as the most gourmet Redson villain. I feel like he's not terrible, but he's not like a non-stopping, great, charming, exhilarating, and fascinating and flavorful. He has great deal of sauciness with him. He's steaming with peak like guap. You know what I'm saying? But he's not really smashing the bar of, peak into the ground to the most exhilarating fashion. And it has some great defined correspondence to things. And, maybe you could argue that Adam Warlock is wasted potential. But I think there's a lot of potential for him more in the MCU. And yeah, The Dark Knight, simply put, one of the most greatest forms of comic book movies. And it's more of a spy thriller and great chain together connect of the most peak record written things of, Batman within its feel, with Two-Face, with his greatest purge of things, even if Two-Face might seem a little bit too hardcore into villainy. I think Jared Leto's Joker will always be the greatest representation of the character across the board, and it is always going to be a slam dunk finish on peak. Next, we have Robert Pattinson's Batman, greatest Batman movie, bro. I mean, greatest feel, greatest theme, greatest accounting, this dummy bussin' beyond all record. But next, we have peak. Batman the Animated Series. I am the Knight. I am Justice. I am Batman. Spider-Man to the Spider-Verse. What's up, Danger? Guardians of the Galaxy 1. Truly a representation of riding out through the crisis, being a rack of all trades in the mission, with no matter the possible stakes to be had, we still stand strong. We are the Guardians of the Galaxy, baby. Peak! Peak! Guardians of the Galaxy 1. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. One of the most vigorating, bussin', slam dunk of oozing, absolute fuego. Fucking the embodiment of dupe.
Why'd you create that guy? I did it.
Okay, this nigga Mike, that's crazy. There's fucking choke slam of doom that seeks the silication of racism, but there's an ultimate peak form of dupe. Banger. This shit is too full-fledged gaming allure, bro. It got the most cranked dummy bussin' to be had, dog. I'm talking, you got motherfuckers fighting on a movie. Yeah, I mean, the spot, peak villain, the music, character development. You know, Shamik Moore could be a certified fuckboy. But listen, dog, this motherfucker Miles, peak character. Gwen, peak character. Miguel, peak antagonistic figure. Done me right and same time done me wrong too. This nigga Spot, whole menace. The Spider-Verse, whole galore. This shit is too dank craze. It is unrelenting gas. The animation is too peak. It's too berserk with it. And then the greatest superhero movie of all time, Avengers Infinity War. You should have went for the head. Peak. Only main singing credit a problem. Hulk. Absolute pussy. That's it. Hope you guys have enjoyed. I'm never doing a long ass series like this again. I hope you guys enjoyed this almost 5-hour long video. Alright, so what's up? Goddamn.
Spider-Verse and
Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy 1. There's also Spider-Man to the Spider-Verse and the Batman animated series, the best comic book TV show, you know, all time. One of the greatest TV shows of all time. But yeah, there you go. That's it. I'm done. This nigga need to fix his mic. But yeah, I'm out. Peace out, mommy. Love y'all.